Cocksucker. Yeah, that's better. This thing was driving me nuts for a while there. I guess I'm here. I guess I'm on. I don't know. But hey, 2 nights in a row. Uh, just a little open geek silliness because I didn't have anything else to do. Well, and again, a lot of stuff with different things coming up this week. I won't be able to maybe not have enough time to do much. So I thought I would jump on and go live tonight. There's certainly more great powers that be out there doing shows far more important than mine. But what the hell? Thought I would have a little bit of fun. Big thanks, of course, as always, go out to the great Stone Loki of Loki's Mornings of Mischief for that very Clobberin like opening. I do appreciate it, sir. And of course, I also appreciated being on his show a little earlier tonight. I was proud to be a guest on Loki's show tonight. They were talking earlier, they were kind of having a little impromptu little live stream about the passing of course, rock and roll legend Eddie Van Halen, R.I.P. to him. And we talked a little bit about that earlier. So, and again, thank you for Loki for having me on there. I really appreciated it. But there we are. And Mando, the great Mando Mark, thank you for being here, sir. It's great to see you. How you doing, man? What's going on? And anyone else who has popped in, or may pop in later, I don't know. Again, there are a lot of people on tonight, so I understand. We're new here, but it is great to see anyone who does pop in. I had a fantastic time last night with my good buddy, the great Mark C, talking about our all-time favorite comic book covers, because we love comics around here. Probably, since this is Open Geek Talk, I'm probably talking about a little bit more about that. Of course, anything else that comes up, and anyone who wants to talk, anyone who wants to join me is welcome, of course. Paulie might join me later. I've sent him out a link, and we'll see if Paulie will jump in later. D.O. Berg, thank you for being here. Oh my goodness, my friend. I want to talk to you about comics, man, one of these days. And I want to talk to Mr. Mando Mark about comics again, of course. By the way, I know there's no one, we don't have a lot of listeners or anything, but anyone who is, please go to Mando Mark's page. I don't really have the link of it right now. I'll have to get it later, Mando, but please go to his page. Maybe you can search it. He has a YouTube channel. He has just informed me there and that he has just uploaded a new video. So excellent. There, that is Mando Mark. And he, of course, is a fine sporting gentleman who does, of course, love comics as well and other geekness. And I love that avatar, man. But D. Oberg, it is so great to see you here, man. Had a great time last night talking comic book covers. And I know you would have enjoyed talking to you about that, because I know you like that sort of thing as well. This guy, okay, well, and again, okay, there's a bunch of tweet storming going on, looks like. Okay, but it was, I was very, very pleased and very, very honored. Well, that's good. Speaking of that, Mando, yeah, when I search my name, my show for 11 years on BTR, 11 years, 700 episodes, was just called Clobberin Time. And again, thank you all for being here for Clobberin Time number 26/726. And it comes up with there are a couple other channels that have Clobberin Time. So that's why I'm now Clobberin Times. But, neither here nor then. Maybe, hey, Clobberin Times may be a little catchier. Who knows? But yes, that's a good thing. It is the first thing you turn up in a search when you find Mando Merck's channel. Subscribe to his great channel and check out his videos because he's got a new one up there. And I've only been streaming so far, Mando, but I do plan to do some short videos, start making some shorter videos. I also want to have you on here. I mean, I don't know if you're busy right now. If you are, that's cool. But if not, one night we need to talk some comics again, man. And because I know I've been wanting to do it for a while now. There's a whole lot I've been wanting to do and haven't had that much chance to do. Sometimes, like when I set up a certain topic, there's just that, and I want to focus on that, and I don't get to do that many shows, as many as I would like. So it just depends. But I love streaming here. This is so much more fun than BTR. Love this format so much more. So, like I said, the great Mark C and we're going to come up with some other comic related topics to do because we have a lot of fun with it. I don't know if anyone else does, but we sure do. And that was brutal. One of the things we've always had, my former he used to, hopefully he's going to come back and do some more. My co-host on BTR was always there with me, Flash. Has been on a couple of times here. We used to always love doing these top 25 shows where we would pick our top 25 favorite this or that. Just depends. All geek this, of course, usually. And Star Trek episodes. Movies, just various things. We ran out of things to do, really. And oh, well, there you go. If you're free right now, I will, Mando, I will shoot you a link over to your email, and you are more than welcome to join me if you're game, sir. Because I just kind of threw this thing together last moment. Tonight. Oh, there we go. It was not in the plan for that much, so Oops. Let's see here. See if I can get this right. Sorry about that, everyone. Vamping. I hope this link comes through right. It looks weird, but let's see if it works there for you. I have just now sent it, Mando. So we'll see if that works for you, sir. Hopefully it does. Let's see. I actually have a video I'm currently working on, which is a short comic video. Okay, kick out of it. Yeah, sort of. Okay. Well, enough said's always good. The enough said, the better, I say. Excellent. So, all right, I will check that out, of course. But we will see. Hopefully that link will work. If it does not, please inform me. D. Oberg, I know you, man, you make some, I love the covers you make for Doomcock. Those are fantastic, by the way. And I'd love to talk to you about comics one of these nights, whatever, if you're game for it. I'm glad you're here either way. And I'm going to start putting up some of those covers just for the hell of it. Yeah, I'm going to run to Mark's. There we go.
Hey.
What's up, man? How you do?
Not much. I'm actually currently... so I just set up a Teespring store, and I realized I need to redo something real quick on my logo.
Mm-hmm.
That being... Like, this is my logo, what I'm using right now. I need to add a font, like, for the title of Casting the Shadows, so I'm currently doing that.
Oh, gotcha. Well, this is a very informal little stream right here. I just threw it up, kind of
Yeah.
decided on a few hours ago because it just felt like, even though did it last night, I felt like doing another one just for the hell of it.
Yeah, they're really like I got to start doing some on Twitch again because right now it's really busy with the Chagim. Like right now it's Sukkot. Last week it was Yom Kippur, and the week before that it was Rosh Hashanah, and this Sunday
Sure.
will be Simchat Torah. So it's
busy.
a really busy month. But after that, I'm back to normal, and I can start doing like live streams on Twitch like every day, and my viewers literally. So I got the Master Chief Collection on PC because my viewers got it for me, like through either giving donations on PayPal or buying my poster on eBay. I now have the game because of the money from those things.
Okay,
so,
nice.
Because the viewers got me the game, I've been playing it nonstop so far, and I'm so thankful. Like I can't, like every video I pretty much just feel like I can't thank them enough. It's so awesome that now, because I always figured that I wanted to do this to make money and have fun, but I never thought it would actually work.
Oh, well, that's great though, man. Excellent. I'm glad. It's cool. I just do it for fun right now. Kind of always been just in it for fun.
Yeah, I started for fun too, but then the whole COVID thing kind of hit, and I'm like, you know what? I need money.
No, I hear you.
And
I got you.
Hey, I'm doing this. I can do this all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense to me, man. No, that's excellent though. Let's see here. Let's see. I forgot to put my post my. This is such an unplanned thing. I forgot to even post anything on Twit about it or anything. Right? Not that it matters much, or even on Askbook, but I just totally forgot. So I'm doing that now. Yes. And I like Askbook. I'm one of those weirdos that will defend Askbook in some ways. It's kind of fun. I have a lot of fun on it because it's how you use it. I think. Look, I have fun on Twitter, as annoying and toxic as they say that is. But yeah, they have their places and they have their uses. If you you do it right, it's good for keeping contact with people that you would of course never be able to see on a regular basis.
That's what Discord for, yeah.
Well, yeah, I have not. I think I just started a page, or just like I signed onto there like maybe for like 5 seconds recently. So I don't have one now. I'm old. I am tech illiterate. I have enough trouble doing this stuff. I don't know if I understand Twitch yet, but I have to have it explained to me and stuff.
Twitch is actually the reason why I use it, because for starters, most of the live streams I'm doing, I'd say maybe 70 to 80% of the live streams I do are game related, so it makes more sense. But also, I use it because it's more user friendly than YouTube.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
So, like, that's one of the 3 sole reasons I use it. The other one is because of the gaming, and then for a security reason. Like, I'm a huge cybersecurity nut, so I use Twitch rather than YouTube for live streaming because of that. Okay, well, that makes sense. It's literally like when I want to do a live stream, I just click one button. That's it. Whereas you guys use StreamYards and everything for YouTube, it's like hit this button and that button and this, and it's like no, just one button. I can control whether I'm muted or not muted, or if I have it set up. I have full control, and I like that. Well, that's excellent. I did not. I didn't know it was that easy. I mean, StreamYards is pretty easy. But my son tried to set me up when we started doing this over on YouTube. Finally, he tried to talk me into going for many years, and he knows all the tech crap, but he knows what an idiot I am about it. But he kept recommending to do it with Discord, and I'm sorry, I can't handle Discord. I love going in there to, like, when Doomcock has his Discord streams, and I have to get help every time from my son because I'm so terrible at it. It's really annoying. And again, you probably whiz through it with no problem, but me, I can't figure it out, not even for streaming. But we got onto the StreamYards one, and even I can do it, so I'm happy. And it's a mental block goddamn thing when you get just up there. I don't know, for me anyway. I mean, I don't know. I'm quoting a Star Trek thing here, but where they had the episode with Scotty on TNG. Relics. It's like I'm not an 18-year-old cadet anymore. I can't relearn everything. That's right. Not 18. Relearn all the stuff. Exactly. Yeah, he says sometimes you find out you just can't fall in love again. Exactly. Of course, I'm way worse than that. But yeah, it's just I don't know what it is. I mean, obviously there are people around my age that are very good with the tech stuff, or even older. Yes. It's just for me, man. I don't know what it is.
I used to think I was good at it. Then back in the 80s or 90s when it was VCRs and TVs and shit, and then along came computers and I don't know.
Oh, I was a master of the VCR.
Yeah, that
Of
I
course,
could do.
I also broke a few, but that's not because I didn't know how to use them. That was completely different.
I was the go-to guy to hook.
What I was doing.
Oh yeah, well, I was the go-to guy at hooking people's VCRs and TVs up and keeping it from blinking 12.
I still have my VCR. Well, I have not the one I hooked up to my TV. My sole surviving VCR is I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's a built-in VCR to like a really tiny. It's a TV screen, smaller than my computer monitor.
Nice.
I used to call it the portable TV because I can literally carry it anywhere, even though it was the size of an old style computer monitor.
Wow.
Of it.
I still have
the Mac SC.
Not particularly, but no.
Like the original Mac.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much that, but it's a TV with a VCR.
I got you. Well, in 1978 we got the first VCR, or what? Not the first. It was one of the first RCA ones, and it's bigger than a refrigerator. No, but it's big, and it's a top loader, the old top loader and crap, and it had a fun little thing where you could hook it had a mic to it, where you could hook a little microphone, and you could talk over your recordings and shit, which was fun. That was big tech to us, and of course it worked, dude, because I got the tape Star Trek, I got Doctor Who, and all the stuff I wanted to watch, and watch them over and over again. I still have all of my old VHSs, but nothing to play them on right now. Although I have friends with you could find somebody that has them. Well, last night. Let's see here. I didn't do that, did I? No, you muted yourself. I didn't. I'll make sure I didn't mute you by accident.
No, I muted myself. Sorry.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I don't think I could if I could. I don't even think I could if I wanted to. No, I could. Okay. I don't know anything about this stuff. But last night, everyone, again, the great Mark C and I did our favorite comic book covers, and Mr. Arrogant Mark, when I was, I don't think he was just doing it to be a prick. Because you are one, Mark. I was kidding, Mark. You know I love you, but I was saying how tough it was for me to narrow it down to 25. It's brutal. He says I had no problem with it. Boom, sends me his list like 2 weeks ago. I was screwing around with my list till about an hour, 20 minutes before the show. Actually, somewhere around that, I was still messing around with my damn list. I'm so indecisive. I would not make a good Starship captain when it comes to geek stuff, I guess, because I would not be able to make decisions. But he, one of the things, I guess we told the story at some point back when I know I get called Gary for this all the time. I owned a comic book shop back in the 80s, worked in many others before and after that, but owned one for a while. And he was a youngster who bought some of his first comics from me and ran into him, I don't know, a decade or so ago or something like that at a local comic shop. And he was telling me about how he bought comics at my shop. We had a good time. D, I'm going to show the covers in a second here. It was, and this has happened to me many, many times where I'll run into people 20-something years later, and they'll tell me how their father brought them to my shop and they bought their first Batman comic or Batman shirts from me or whatever, because I had it when it was in '89 when the big Batman '89 craze was going on. And so he was one of those youngsters who bought comics from me. And so you had a great time with him last night. But it shows the generational difference between our covers, in a sense, and our cover choices. And so, D. Oberg, I'm going to run through those real quickly like we did last night, a recap. And we're just going to show them real quick. And Mando will, if he has anything to add about, if he's familiar with any of these covers, is just more than welcome to talk about them a little bit or comment on them if he is familiar with them. And so, Mark's 25 was this one, The Incredible Hulk 377. It's a Dale Keown cover. Familiar one to you or what?
No, because I remember a lot of the Hulk I read was from 60s and 70s. Towards
Yeah.
the 80s, I think I dropped off a bit.
Me too. Well, this was around the Peter David run. I was buying it a little while up around that point, and I like Dale Keown, okay, or Dale Keown, all right. But I remember this cover, but I was, as with a lot of these covers, I was not buying the series at the time. But yeah, so that was his 25. My 25 was Legion of Superheroes number 37, volume, Legion of Superheroes volume 3, number 37. I'm a big, huge ass Legion of Superheroes freak, and this is a bittersweet cover to me because it marked the end of the Silver and Bronze Age Superboy, whom I love, and God damn it, it's one of those things you love it and you hate it at the same time because it was just a very bittersweet, very sad thing, and the cover to 38 is beautiful, but 37 for some reason just always stuck out to me. That's my childhood right there, Superboy.
Yeah, the art's fantastic.
Steve Lytle, yeah, and he was one of my favorite Legion artists. Did it for a good while, so I love that one. Then we get trippy here with this is 20.
I have that.
Oh, I love this. This is 24 for Mark, Jim Steranko, Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. cover. Doug, I know you'll appreciate some Steranko. I mean, because Doug's amazing. He does some of these amazing covers. I don't know. Doug has done some great covers, like he's done some. I don't know if you call are they Photoshop or what are they, Doug? That are like for Doomcock, but they're using old classic covers. It's hilarious.
Filter.
Yeah, it's
like a filter, like a digital filter.
Yeah. I'm not sure how he does it, but yes, and they're a lot of fun.
Probably do like After Effects or Photoshop. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great stuff, and those are real fun. I love what you do there, Doug. My 24, of course, the great Michael Kaluta. Oh my God, I have this somewhere. He didn't do the interiors very long. Michael Kaluta was one of the greatest artists of the Bronze Age in the 70s, and man, that perfectly encapsulates the shadow there. 23 for old buddy Mark C was, and I've always loved this cover. Amazing Spider-Man. You had this one? Have you seen this one before?
Oh yeah.
I bought them right off the damn spinner, and I remember. And you know what? This is if you'll note, everyone, if you're an old time comic book freak, this is me at the spinner rack buying this thing and looking at the top left corner.
That's
saying,
cool, Romita too, because that's what the older Romita. Because Romita actually made. Well, first of all, he's the first guy to ever do the version of the spider emblem on the chest, where one set of legs are facing upwards and one are facing downwards. But this is back when he was just making the same style spider symbol that Ditko was doing. So you can tell
it's an
older version.
Yeah, it's a great cover.
Yeah,
but it's not Romita. It's Keith Pollard.
Oh.
And I love Keith Pollard's stuff in the 70s, but I mean, it looks so Romita. As soon as I looked at it, I didn't even bother to look at a credit. I said, that's got to be Romita. And he's way off the book at that point, and John Ritter Jr. had not started yet.
No, that's right, dude. He left.
But he wasn't drawing it, but he did covers sometimes. So I just thought, must be Romita. But as you can see, it is signed by Keith Pollard there. And I love it. But on the rack, though, this is something that kind of makes me think back and smile. Still only 35 cents. And every time they would say still only whatever, I'd be like, what is that supposed to mean, still only, huh? And the next month, boom, it was 40. 40 whole damn cents, man. Damn it. Price hike. Oh, man.
Well, now it's like a new comic book. If you were to get like a new Spider-Man today, that would be like
only $3.99.
Oh my, no, not even. It would be that's the cheap end. It would be like $5.99 on the more expensive end, like a Spider-Man comic.
Well, yeah, something like that. But you're right now. The average price is something like $3.99. Unless they jumped again in there, just terrible.
Oh, you ever see Bob Layton's Spider-Man?
Oh man, yeah.
Oh, that was.
I love Bob Layton. He was a great ink.
Fighting Doc Ock. Doc Ock has a hydrogen bomb, and it was at the time in the 80s where Doc Ock would always freeze up whenever he saw Spider-Man, so he programmed his arms to automatically fight him while he was frozen. Yeah. But the problem is Spider-Man needed him to say the passphrase that would tell his guys to not detonate the hydrogen bomb, so he let the arms beat him up. That was a good story. Brilliant art.
That was probably a Dave Michelini one. That was by the way, I love Bob Layton Iron Man. It killed me to leave some of those covers off of there, Doug.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna do a lot of cover shows, but where we're gonna give respect to a lot of great covers. Maybe by the character, like the great Spidey covers, the great Superman covers, and so forth. You know?
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to, because if you're gonna do a rating system of like different covers, it's probably best to do it by hero, because then you end up with like 6,000 covers. Not sure what like how would you rate that?
Let's see. That cover was about the Shield. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, the Shield cover is amazing.
Yeah.
My 23 is I went with one of my favorite Treasury editions. Again, Legion. Very prejudiced towards the Legion here. Almost as prejudiced as I am towards the Fantastic Four. This was a reprint book, yes, but there was a new cover by Mike Grell. I love his era of Legion, in spite of the questionable costume on Cosmic Boy and Colossal Boy. I love his costumes for the girls. Good God. Especially Saturn Girl, man. Ugh.
Yeah, I wonder why. Okay.
I can't even imagine. That was a 24, and my 22 for Mark. This was always a really weird cover to me, a real brutal one. I can't blame him for picking it, but it's a shocker of a cover. I remember when I was working in a shop when it came out. New Teen Titans was all the rage for a long time back then. It's beautiful, but it's scary too. It's a scary ass Brother Blood cover,
especially compared to the normal of that series, where it's like all of a sudden you get this cover and it's like, whoa, what's going on?
It's why I love comic book art so much. I mean, some of the beautiful covers. The cover's the hook, as we always say. And this one, of course, by George Perez, is a beauty. My 22 is I'm a big. I wish there were more Gil Kane covers on there because I could pick. That's the problem I have with some artists. I love Gil Kane. This is a comic I bought when it came out in 1976. Yes, I'm old, and if I hadn't said that enough, and it always stuck out in my mind. Terrible Interior by George Tuska, but always a cover that just stood out. And that was kind of our criteria here going on with Mando, was picking covers that weren't just our favorites because they were beautiful. There's some far more beautiful covers, but ones that just kind of stuck with us and remind us of a lot. And then this one, love Black Panther, love Daredevil. This, I don't know if you're much into Daredevil, but
oh yeah, I wasn't huge on his series, but pretty much I have every team up of him and Spider-Man from
I gotcha.
the 20th century at least.
A lot of people now. I love the Miller Daredevil. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of people just see the Miller Daredevil, and of course, I love the Netflix series they did. But ever since Miller, late 70s, early 80s, he's been changed to a very dark, very serious, very grim and gritty type of a character.
Yeah, he used to joke around. People forget that.
Yes, for about 16 years, Daredevil was the kind of guy who hung around with Spider-Man and always used to aggravate the hell out of Spider-Man. And
actually, for the most part, it was the other way around, but in a really funny way.
Well, no, he used to piss Spider-Man off because, see, Daredevil, no powers except for his radar sense, was so much better at shit that Spider-Man with his powers was. And I always loved that relationship between the two when they would gang up, especially. And Carl Kessel revisited that in the late 90s with a short run on Daredevil with art by Cary Nord, where he turned him back into that Daredevil for like 5-6 issues, and I loved it. But guess what? Downer Daredevil was what everyone wants,
Yeah.
What can I do?
Yeah, the Netflix series was good, but I felt everything. I have a lot of things. I have a lot of nitpicks and stuff wrong with that I don't like about the show. Nothing wrong with Daredevil itself, and it's more so just the story they went with in the pacing of the show and the style of the show itself. It's more so form of storytelling, not the story and the characters themselves. Yeah, totally
with you on that. I liked it a lot. It's the only those Netflix Marvel shows that I do like. But I'm with you there, especially that first season. I watched almost all of them, and I don't know why. I can't tell you why.
Poor Iron Fist. Oh God,
it was so bad. Ugh. And again, as an Iron Fist fan, I was very disappointed.
You read something like a classic Iron Fist comic from like '72, and then you watch that. It's just like, what did they do?
It was such a shame. And they had one episode of Luke Cage, because I always loved the comic Power Man and Iron Fist.
Yeah.
There was one episode of the second season of Luke Cage where they teamed up. And that was kind of fun.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything. He just shows up. That's it.
But they teamed up and fought a bunch of baddies, and there were a couple scenes together. I'm like, why can't we have a whole series? I don't like that kid that much as Iron Fist, but why can't we have a whole series with them doing this?
First, yeah, they should have had both. They should have merged the shows together. They shouldn't have been separate things at all.
Totally with you there, man. Mark loves this cover by Norm Brayfogle, Detective Comics. He loves that era of Batman. That's 21. And that's his number 21 there, yes. And Brayfogle was a very interesting artist. And his covers, he always managed to put out some pretty out there covers. So that was a very cool one. My 21, I was a broken record last night saying I go with a lot of our iconic stuff. And as a kid, as a 12-year-old kid, when I saw the ads in comic books for this, I lost my freaking mind.
Oh my God, yeah, I remember this too. I read this when I was a kid as well. Obviously, it came out years before I was born, but still.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, it was just like I saw this. I'm like, this isn't real, right? This is real. Like I was still like trying to comprehend it when it was in my hands. It was in my hands. I'm like, this is real. Are you sure?
I couldn't believe it. Oh man, look at that. Oh gosh. Oh my, that is awesome. D. Oberg, our buddy old Douglas Oberg, as he said earlier, how he had Bob Layton redo the Shield cover that we looked at recently, just a little bit ago. He had him redo that instead of Fury. Like Fury he had with Iron Man and the Fury thing. You know, that he's got a black and white of it right there. They have a commission by Bob Layton. I've met Layton a couple times. Cool dude, by the way. That is fantastic, Douglas. I love it, man. Good Lord. That is great. Dude.
That was actually a good story, too. Like
good idea.
Good issue.
Oh, yeah.
The Superman versus Spider-Man.
Awesome, man. Thanks for showing me that, dude. That is I love to see. I love seeing people's commissions that they get artists do. You know, I usually can't afford them because it ain't cheap to get a commission. That had to be some. Because it couldn't be cheap.
Pretty cheap. I'll do for anything for $2. I need money.
Oh man, thanks for showing me that, my friend. I love it, dude. Awesome stuff. Greatness. Number 20 for Mark was a weird one for me. It's a weird cover by a guy who never did comics.
That one in a
Lou Harrelson, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah. And like you said, the interior, it's something else to be not really much of an interior element, but I don't remember who did it, to be honest. The
cover's great, but when it comes to Thor, for me, Sal Buscema or bust. Or no, Sal Buscema and Craig Kirby or bust. Because those two guys were my favorite Thor artists.
You mean Jack Kirby?
Jack Kirby, yeah, sorry.
It means Jack, and you probably mean John Buscema.
No,
John
Clark Gregg poster in my room, and I saw that, and I said,
"No, I got you. I hear you. Yeah, you do your own commissions." My good buddy Mark C has popped in. We're throwing some of the titles, some of the covers from last night, Mark, and he is an excellent artist in his own right, of course.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man. Thanks. But that's a cool cover.
Jack Kirby was with Sal Buscema, and then didn't whatchamface
well. John did the book, not Sal, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
John.
Well, some of them were. I've seen a sketch by Sal, and it's really good.
Oh yeah, look. Well, I love Sal Buscema now. Out of the two, I'm probably more partial to John, but I love me some Sal Buscema, especially with certain inkers. Oh man, yeah.
Oh yeah,
love them. My 20 was this one, George Perez, who we've seen earlier on one of Mark's covers there. And Walt Simonson is the Thor artist, he says. I agree that Walt Simonson is the second best Thor artist, Mark. Absolutely. After Kirby, I might pick him as my second favorite. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, and that's probably what he's talking about. Sal Buscema followed Simonson on Thor. That is true.
That was the first missing.
See, I was gone by then. In fact, I didn't even stay for the whole Simonson run.
The Simonson run was great. It's my favorite run.
I like the first couple of years on it. I remember I was running a shop at the time when 337 came out, and I ordered it going, Simonson on Thor, because the book wasn't really selling that well. And I ordered fairly heavily. I thought heavily enough on it, but no, sir. And then, since you order a couple of months in advance, the orders on 338, we didn't have enough of that either. Dude, it was all the rage at that point. Yeah. Yeah, 337 just nailed it, and it was a huge book
Everything,
at the
at least,
time.
for me, everything from 350 to like 405 was just amazing.
Yeah.
That
Oh yeah.
wasn't all wasn't all Sal.
What's that?
And wasn't all Simonson and Buscema, I think. Like, wasn't four. I have to double check that actually.
Yeah.
I'm blanking out. Thor.
The Bill said, yeah, Brother Butt Dazzler only for Bill Sienkiewicz did some covers. I don't know if he ever did any interiors on Dazzler. Did he, Doug? I don't know, but did some covers, that's for sure.
You know, I think by 400, I don't think Sal was with Sal and Walt weren't.
Well, Ron Friends came along at some point, and he looked a lot like Sal. For the second half of Simons' run, our pal Sal was doing the best out of his life. There you go. I love Sal. Some of my favorite Sal, I got to admit, well, his early ROM, and a lot of his Hulk, especially with certain inkers. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't think I really looked. I was checked out, not buying Thor at the time, but I've glimpsed a few, so no argument there, Mark. Great stuff. I love Sal. Yeah. Sal gets a bad rap. I love him.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because of his spectacular Spider-Man run in the 90s.
That, and I love, but I think my favorite work with him was actually his Nova run. Say again. I'm sorry.
I didn't hate his spectacular Spider-Man run in the 90s. But I didn't like it either. It's like the shapes and bodies and everything were good, but everything else was horrible. Like facial expressions were monstrous.
There you go, Friends and well, I like Friends. Okay, I'm not Tom DeFalco. Don't get me started on him, but yeah, I know what you're saying there.
No, DeFalco did the whole Thor gets banished and What's-Face takes over.
He's done a lot of things as a writer.
Well, he's done things and he's done a lot of bad things.
Fair enough. But I just kind of at that point also I was really checking out of Marvel, getting rid of a lot of it, and even DC at that point. I was buying a lot of alternative books at that point.
Yeah, everything from I'd say 94 and onward for Marvel, at least. That's when their bankruptcy kind of started. And,
well, they were changing hands all over the place.
Yeah, and then by 96 they were doing the whole I think it was 96 or 98. That's when they started doing the whole selling the movie licensing to everyone else.
Maybe a little earlier, but it was you're in the relative ballpark. Yes, it was crazy stuff going on back then.
And that's also the whole reason. Look, the Clone Saga, Spider-Man Clone Saga, was only supposed to be like a few issues. It wasn't supposed to be 3 years long.
Yeah, but I got a buddy of mine that loves to defend that, and I'm like, dude, you give me a headache with it. But we're gonna one day. We've been planning to have a big old show about it one day.
I hate what happened. I like the concept, and this is why I actually like what in 2006 they released what they called the real Clone Saga, which is what the initial plan for the Clone Saga was.
Yeah.
The bankruptcy thing affected everything and goes, okay, now we need to stretch this storyline for a few years so that people keep buying it. It's just 6 issues long, and well, for starters, Norman Osborn is still dead at the end of it. He doesn't come back, and that's a huge thing because they do bring back the Green Goblin, but it's Harry Osborn instead, which actually makes sense considering how his death was kind of questionable to begin with. Whereas Norman Osborn, we saw impaled, crumple over, and die.
Yeah.
So in this way, it's not like, they don't have to explain this whole immortality thing. Harry just simply says, I faked my death. It wasn't that hard. And if you read the comic where he dies, he's kind of right.
Well, there you go. Like I said, that's the whole Clone Saga thing that has been argued. That's one of the most argued about geek things, comics, over the past 30 years. So, but early on in the days of what was it? In the days of when I first started on my show, I had a guy that he was obsessed with loving the Clone Saga and always wanted me to go on his show to argue with him about it. He would come on my show. We did a crossover show where we argued about Crisis on Infinite Earths. that same night, like crossover. We did it on my show, then we jumped to his show for 2 hours. After we did mine for 2 hours, and then the next one was going to be Clone Wars. And I'm like, I mean, not Clone Wars, excuse me. Yeah, it was Clone Wars, Clone Saga. Damn it, I'm old. Old is an excuse. That's all you got. But and I was like, do I really want to argue about it? Because that means I'll have to go back and read the rest of it, and I don't want to do that.
I don't have to do that. I just have it all.
You have a good memory.
Brain, but it's that would be a long discussion.
Yes, I would have had to. I felt like I would have had. If I'm never gonna, in other words, just on the surface level, I might say, I'm not into that, or I remember that I didn't like it much. But if I'm gonna have a debate on anything, I'm gonna have to. I always have to watch or read, what it is, to inform myself as much as I can. But anyway, this was my 20, I think it was, with I love it, this great Perez Sinat cover. And Mark's 19 was this classic.
Right.
I
have that.
Oh man, I tell you what, and it's been redone so many times in terms of this is just I was tough to find the comic book actual first issue cover because it was used for different trade paperbacks and things like that. Frank Miller, of course, Dark Knight Returns. Don't get me started on that, but one night I'll have somebody on and we will argue this because I'm not the biggest fan of this comic. As it turns out, there are a few of us. Even though it's hugely popular, I liked it when it came out. And again, it would take too long to go into it, but got me issues with it. Let's just put it like that.
So let's brush over it and go on to the next one.
Yes, to 19.
Oh.
Back to Spidey. Now this one is a Ramita, and
yep.
Oh, God, I mean, look.
I think you can tell because of the eyes. The eyes are dead giveaway. As well as the shading.
Yeah, and he was off the book at that point, but he did this cover.
Yes.
And I just, good God, he's my sacrilege. I have a friend of mine that would murder me right now if I used the sacrilege. I do love the Ditko run a lot. Love it.
I like it too.
Ramita was my favorite Spidey artist.
If I had to rank all my top 5 Spidey artists, I don't know if I could rank them, but I'd definitely say my top 5 would include Ramita and Ditko.
Oh yeah, with me, and look, it's Ramita, Ditko, Kane, Andrew, and after that, I don't really have anyone I would go, that's one of my favorite Spider-Man artists. There are a couple other ones. I'm not saying the other ones are not any good. As far as I would go, a Spider-Man artist, who is like
someone who's been on a Spider-Man book for
a while that I like, yeah.
A while.
Yeah. And Ramita, something about it. I just love it. Because, when I started, the first time I saw Spider-Man, I was a very young child, and it was the animated late 60s cartoon. And then when I started seeing comics, he was already off the book. Ramita was already off the book. I was seeing Ross Andrew and Gil Kane and people like that. And then started seeing Marvel Tales where they were reprinting they were at that point reprinting a lot of the Ramita stuff. It took later before I was able to get to see Ditko and appreciate him. And I have a few years back, a buddy gave me the Ditko Spider-Man Omnibus, and it is something. Between Dark Knight Returns.
John Byrne was also a great Spider-Man artist on Marvel Team Up. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Byrne's run on Spider-Man. I mean, on Marvel Team Up.
From a guy who actually likes the Dark Knight Returns, I'd probably take the Cult too, just because when it comes to do I want cool standalone Batman stories, or do I want something part of the classic true Batman type stories? And I'd probably take the latter.
I actually hated that book with a passion, The Cult. I got to be honest with you. It's been a long time since I remembered it. So if you ask me,
is the Cult? No, that's the demon. That's the Son of the Demon, right?
The Son of the Demon was a one part. It was a one. It was
that
a
one
graphic novel
where whatchamface he and Talia have a kid, and then the kid she tells him that the kid died or whatever or something, but turns out
Jerry Bingham art,
nice family and everything like that. Okay, yes,
that's Jerry.
Stories. My bad.
The Cult is by Bernie Wrightson, and I think it's some of his worst work. I think the story was horrible. I remember when I was selling it in my shop, I wouldn't sell it to kids. I thought it was reprehensible, far more disturbing than Killing Joke, and it came out a little bit after it, same year. And I don't like it at all. I love Bernie Wrightson, but I hate that comic. But it's got some sick shit in it, just me personally.
I was confusing Son of the Demon and the Cult.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you though. But John Byrne on Marvel Team Up was fabulous. I love that stuff.
Oh, I have like a collection series of all the Marvel team ups. I always love those.
Yeah, and I got that. I found that big Byrne omnibus that has a lot his miscellaneous. Not really. I guess I don't think it's called miscellaneous, but a bunch of his other work in the '70s work that was, a bunch of different stuff like Iron Fist and all kind of other stuff, like a huge one. A couple years ago, pretty good price, and it's got those in there. And I love that stuff. And yes, I remember Deacon. I remember the Cult with Deacon Blackfire. I thought it was terrible. Yeah. But yeah, Dennis. Douglas Oberg. Doug, I cannot get over that damn commission, that Bob Layton commission. Man, it is fantastic, dude. I love it. Let's see, where were I? Oh, okay. Sorry. So his we're back to the shadows again with his 17. I mean his 18. I think it was. It's a number
issue with a very similar looking cover in terms of like that. It's in the black suit, so the entire issue is black, and all the building lights and the spider symbol in the eyes are lit up white. So essentially, like if you were, I actually had it on a T-shirt as well, but then again, the T-shirt was like 30 years old, so it fell apart. But
I got you.
Really, yeah, I like this style when they.
Hey, we have a guest, a buddy. The great Paulie from Latino Stand. How's the game going, man?
Hello, sir.
What's up, buddy?
Just taking I'm gonna do two things at once here because.
Oh man, don't miss the game on my account, bro. Man, I know what's going on
right now. I'm in the slant layer, and the game's on, and it's all good. How you guys doing?
Oh, great, man. Hey, man. I believe you know Mando Merc.
Mando.
We were just we did last night, Paulie. I did the great Marcy and I we counted down our all-time favorite comic book covers, and
nice.
And we had a lot of fun doing that. And we're just kind of recapping that list, showing the pictures, just basic comics talk, and we're just looking at the covers and stuff and talking about those.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Clobberin times talking about comic books. What?
Well, we have to break with our tradition sometimes. Go outside the box a little bit.
Right, sometimes we'll talk graphic novels instead.
Where's that's a
nice
that's
one,
a taboo term to me. That's a that's always been again funny. Like a pet peeve term to me. Graphic novels, I hate it. Like when you go into the Barnes and Noble or whatever, and you see the section for quote unquote graphic novels. People who've been in the biz or just been around a while hate it because there aren't very many actual graphic novels. Now it's nitpicky, but see, those are trade paperbacks, compilation. 90% of those they're are reprint compilations.
Yeah, comics. They're pretty much just volume packs.
Yeah, they're compilations, but there was actually a line of comics called Marvel graphic novels. DC had a line of graphic novels that were original stories done in album form type, bigger than a comic book with sleeker paper. Those are what were really kind of called graphic novels. And it was a distinction to be made, but they just now. So when you hear say trades, I'm waiting for the trade or I need the trade paperback of that or whatever, that's different from a graphic novel. But nobody cares. But nobody cares. So.
Nowadays, people think the graphic novel is just a volume pack of a comic book series.
Yes. Now this one, this was Mark. This was Mark's. I don't know if either of you've ever seen this one. This was Mark's 18. This was from the 80s. I've met Howard Chick, and I don't like the guy. I like his art. This was a foul-mouthed, evil series that Mark's like. I'm just messing with you, Mark, but it's for immature readers. Mature readers. It's got some sick stuff for a shadow book, but of course it is a great cover by Howard Chaykin. And this is all about the covers after all. So
right,
a nice choice. I don't know if you've ever seen this one, but it's old.
Nope.
Well, it was comic shops only at the time. So 1986. Damn, I realized that old. And my 18 was I went a little more traditional again. I went iconic. It didn't get a whole lot more iconic than that one, does it?
Not
Tab
really.
one, Captain America
Unless you
Comics
have the
number
original
one.
Superman cover, even then.
Yeah, I love Action Comics number one, but it didn't quite make the list. But Kirby's,
No, I
Jack
just meant
Kirby's,
like iconicness, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, this is one of the most famous though ever.
But yeah, this is definitely a more iconic to me at least, just because I'm like I grew
The
up
print-
with Marvel and then gone to
Yes.
DC a little later.
And this was before there was a Marvel.
Right.
Mark's number 17 was this.
I have that. That's good.
Yeah. Bruce Timm's cover from
Yeah.
Batman Holiday Adventure. Anybody remember Batman animated series? I know you do.
Yeah, they had a whole bunch of comic tie-ins, which are canon.
Great book. How you feeling, man? How's the game going? Is it bad? Good? What? Give us an update.
It is 1-0 San Diego, 5th inning, and the San Diego pitchers so far are piecing together a solid pitching game against the Dodgers, but it's just a matter of time.
You think they'll get it together?
Well, our hitters are just so patient, so they just, they're and the Padres pitching is just kind of a disaster right now because their two top pitchers are injured. Their two top starters. So right now it's a bullpen. So it's just
is that game even national? I mean,
oh yeah, well it's Fox Sports 1.
Oh, okay, because it wasn't on the regular Fox.
Or TBS. Right now the divisional games are TBS and Fox Sports.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Good luck on that, Mark C. By the way, I remember that graphic novel. That was one of the DC did a whole bunch of science fiction graphic novels in the 80s, 90s, or where they adapted science fiction novels into comics form, and a bunch of they did other ones too, of course. But yeah, I remember some of those. The great one. My favorite one would be my favorite was be Demon with a Glass Hand by Marshall Rogers. Still got that. That was a great Harlan Ellison classic. My 17. I went with a lot of wraparound covers. I cheated. Mark thinks I cheated because it's like having two covers in one, but they were one cover. Wraparound Neil Adams cover. I love these old DC 100-page spectaculars. Batman number 238.
Technically, my favorite work of Neil Adams is a pinup, not a cover. So that
which one?
Pinups, but yeah, no.
Probably mine too. Is Superboy and Legion pinup is my favorite by him, but I love his Batman, of course.
And pinup.
I
have it. Hold on.
I love it. Let's see. No, let's see here. And then Mark's again.
Yep,
Would you that's the numbers?
Printed before, yeah, I have that. I had that on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the T-shirt.
I remember that one.
Since then, because it was an original T-shirt of when this came out.
Oh, I got you. What Mark and I were talking about that was weird about this one last night is you look, if you know John Byrne's art, we were talking about John Byrne a little while ago. You can't believe this is a John Byrne cover. It doesn't look anything like a Byrne thing at all. No. But it's just a really interesting cover. It's like crazy.
It's one of my favorite Spidey covers.
Yeah, it's really good. It's amazing. And I'm one of those didn't like the black costume at that time. So I was getting away from it because I didn't like the black costume. But most people did. I get it. And again, the old fogey choice. Mine was, of course, one of the greatest Silver Age comic books of all time. And I promise, unlike last night, I won't get off on how great the story was. But I just love this cover by the great Wallace Wood. Yeah, that's a mismatch right there, don't you think? And then Mark went super. It's Halloween, so Mark went super scary on us with a Bernie Wrightson classic. Some scary cover by the great master of he was the master of the macabre, Bernie Wrightson. We'll go through these fast.
That's pretty cool. I need to jump back into the Walking Dead. It just started up again last night. It reminded me of that.
It's oh really? It's back now. I think I saw something about that. And what is it, the 10th season or something like that?
I don't. It's dude. I so many seasons, but it's probably 10 or 11, and then they're introduced a new spin-off, another spin-off.
Oh, I did. I heard there was a spinoff. You pleased
But
about that, or?
I haven't seen it, so kind of usually when you spin something off too much, it just becomes really watered down, and
Yes.
that's already happened to Walking Dead seasons ago. But Jane Theory is a huge Walking Dead fan, so she's coming on the show in a few weeks. So we're gonna talk Walking Dead with her.
Oh, nice. She's amazing. Yeah. She's awesome. Great lady. Splash Page Comics, welcome. I love the name there. We were just kind of recapping a little bit. I don't know if you were here earlier. We did the great Mark C and I did our top 25 all-time favorite comic book covers last night. We're just kind of recapping a little bit, showing the ones we were picking. And but yes, I agree with you. Wally Wood was a great artist. Love Wallace Wood. He was amazing. And D. Oberg should have been keeping track of how many of these I own. D, I would bet you, Douglas, you have plenty of them. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you had a bunch of them. And my next one, again, I went with this was, I don't know. Look, another Legion cover. I can't help it. I love the Legion, and I love Wildfire. Jim Aparo the great Jim Aparo did not do very many Legion covers. But I've always loved this one. Wildfire is my favorite Legionnaire, not named Superboy or Monel. And so, yeah, I had to have it. I had to have it on there. There are more beautiful Legion covers, but some of this one and this story always got to me. So what can I tell you? And then Mark.
That's not bad. Oh, Alpha Flight.
And this one,
I think I have.
I thought you'd like this one.
Yeah,
I have a few Alpha Flights. Honestly,
I actually have that issue, I believe.
Yeah, fairly early on in the Alpha Flight run by Byrne there, and and Mark and I even talked about this. This was Byrne redoing a Cockrum X-Men cover, which we loaded later.
No, yeah, I had the X-Men cover.
Here's the X-Men one, by the way.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Which I love. We were talking about this.
That explosion on Colossus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fantastic.
That's great.
I love David Cockrum's X-Men. I also agree that Byrne's X-Men was better. I liked it, but of the two covers, I like the background on this one better. But of course, Byrne, it's tough to tell tough to choose out of the two which I like more. But I like this title more, X-Men. But yeah, that's a great cover with the Byrne Alpha Flight one.
The yellow is so, well used. It pops. You just notice the yellow wherever it's at. It's just so important.
That's why I use it for my font on the logo.
Yeah, there's a lot.
When you have a black background, yellow just pops right off it.
Yeah, they kind of.
Well, I would show you my logo, but it's being covered by Alpha Flight.
It's all right. We have it now. Look at that beautiful logo.
Hey, there you go. Yeah,
that's a beautiful logo, isn't it?
Hey, how you doing?
Let's see. Wally was one of a few artists Steve Ditko had anything to do with. Steve was a loner pipe. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, he and they both worked together at Tower Comics, and they were both great. I love Wallace Wood. I love Mr. Wood. He was fantastic. He was one of my favorites. Then I went with some tradition here. This is one of the most iconic FF covers because, again, there's so many firsts in number 3 of FF. First time they got their new quote costumes / uniforms. First Fantastic car. Because after the first 2 issues, fans they said they're superheroes, they should have costumes. Made sense. So Stan and Jack got on the ball, got that done. Jack Kirby, Dick Ayers cover here. I have this, I have a lot of these things. I have this on a shirt because I love it. Not the whole cover, just like the outline of the FF. I always loved that Fantastic car. And who doesn't want one? And we're going to stick with the Fantastic Four for Mark's choice. John Byrne again with the great Joe Sinan inking. As was pointed out, this was part of a 2-parter that Marvel had set up to do like a special comic book for the Coca-Cola company, a giveaway thing, and Coca-Cola just ended up, for whatever reason, they made a poster, which I have, but Coca-Cola just didn't end up going through with the deal, so they just made it a couple issues of the comic book, or maybe just the one issue. I can't remember if it was a 2-parter or not. But anyway, my favorite era of art, other than the Kirby and the Perez one, stuff like that, would be Byrne with Perez inking him. Fantastic. And then mine.
Yeah, you like that Astro City.
Astro City, I love it. Now, again, low-hanging fruit with these Alex Ross covers, because I could put a whole list of Alex Ross great covers just for his Astro City alone. It's the only one that made my list. This is, in my opinion, one of the greatest comic book stories ever written. Astro City Half, #1. This was the alternate cover that Ross did from the second one, and it was only available through a Wizard. You had to send off to Wizard magazine to get it. It was not on comic stands, the story, until they redid it later with a different cover. But this encapsulates the brilliant story. It's one of the few comic stories that ever made me cry. If I read it right now, it'll make me cry like a baby. And it was ingenious. It's brilliant. The whole city was great. The whole Astro City was great. Now, Mark went ahead and with a wrap around with the next one, Mr. George Perez, the great George Perez. For any of you Wonder Woman fans out there, as he said, some great covers are so busy and yet so filled up with stuff they can tell a story. There's supposed to be a hook to grab you to get the comic book. Perez brilliantly tells a story with this thing. This is when he revamped the origin in '86, and then a new launch for his long run on the series. As you can see, Wonder Woman #1 right there, and it is wonderful stuff. Wonderful cover and a great choice by Mark. Again, me going traditional again. I love Treasury editions. I have a great Treasury edition collection. I love Kirby. And so there you go. And, that's pure Cap. I bought this off the damn rack, the stand, in 1976. And it's just pure Kirby magic all the way through. And I love it.
If you're gonna go Captain America, it has to be by Jack Kirby.
He's my favorite. I just the big book I was showing you last week, Paulie, the big Kirby book. It has a lot of all the Cap artists, but my favorite's Kirby. But there's some other good ones. I love Byrne's short run on it as well. That was great. And you know what? We're going to stay with Captain America.
What?
Anyone remember this one?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Wolverine and Cap. Mike Zeck. For Mark's choice for this one. I've already gone past remembering the numbering of any of these. What the hell? We're just doing a quick recap. And so, yeah, Mike Zeck cover, Cap Annual #8. 86, man. And so then went back to the real old school again and went back to FF #1. Without a doubt, the most, not only iconic, one of the top 2 or 3 most iconic covers of all comic book time, but this has been parodied and aped and copied more times than any other cover you're ever going to see, just about, probably of any of them.
Yep.
How many? All the different versions, if you know what I mean. It's and that's flattery. It's that classic, and by Jack Kirby and Dick Ayers. And I know you remember this one, Paulie.
Sentinel?
That is a Sentinel.
Yeah,
You remember?
that's dope. 142.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, this
That's
is right around
right-
when you
right
started. Before you
Brogue,
started.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But
'Cause
I
I remember
remember buying those because I tunneled back to about like 125
Good.
when I was a kid. Yeah.
The greatest one of the greatest inker in comics history, and yet this is not John Byrne cover. And Terry Austin did it by himself, and it's a beauty. Well, we already have one Steranko. Might as well do another Steranko Shield cover. Let's get trippy with this one. This is one of my favorite Steranko works ever. Is that not some crazy stuff right there? What, Salvador Dali?
Huh. Very dolly.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So 142 was Doug thinks it might be his first X-Men.
Doug
Wow.
Oberg. He's like Mr. X-Files with me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's
Doug,
been
he's been
coming
here.
to- Yeah. I think he knows more shit than I do about the X-Files.
He knows his stuff, Doug does. And he knows his
he's
comics,
cool.
too.
He's a good
You're the man,
dude.
Doug. Yes, he is. And I love the covers he does. He does he takes some old comic book covers and makes Doomcock covers out of them. They're hilarious.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. I'd love to show some of those sometimes if you can show them to me, Doug. But they're great. Hail Doomcock. Hail the great Doomcock.
Hail Doomcock, hail Doug.
Hail Doug and hail Gary and the Phantom Menace. All hail and praise be their names. Another John Byrne. You could accuse me of liking Kirby, but you can accuse, and I do love him, of course, and you could accuse Mark of loving John Byrne. That's his artist. He is the biggest John Byrne fan I know.
That's such a simple cover, but until you really, look at it, until you really okay, let me start with the face in front of me, way down there. And it works on now I'm seeing 4 or 5 different levels. That's pretty dope, man.
Yeah. Yes. Mando, you remember this one?
Yeah. Yeah, I first glance, at least for me, it is not a simple cover, but that's because I see everything.
Well, I see what he's saying, because if you look at the upper background, there's nothing there.
Okay, how would I draw this? And then you just I like seeing how it form, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's not simple, but it's good.
Well, we'll go from that.
You're right. It isn't simple. It's just, for me, my eyes were drawn to the upper part of it, or maybe Sue's face. It's like, oh, okay, in distress. But then I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Even the thing's left hand, just as Knuckles coming back into the frame of the cover. It's dope.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty amazing though. Yeah, it's a great cover. That was actually number 9 for Mark. I got the numbering back. My number 9, we're going from what may have been, I don't know if you could call that last one abstract, but we can go to very crowded with this one.
Ooh.
And a lot of actions. Justice League 200. When I saw this as a kid on the stand, and it's a wraparound cover, of course, by the great George Perez, I was blown away. And if you look at the top left of the back page, you'll see that, they put their money where their mouth is with this one of the greatest special anniversaries she's ever done, because look at all these artists. Aparo, Austin, Bolin, one of the first things, maybe the first time I ever saw Brian Bolin. And you bring Pat Broderick, and they put a writer for some reason, Jerry Conway, and again, a lot of these big names, Gil Kane, that's the stuff, and they didn't even put Eric Schenauer's name on there. He drew a great bit in there. Just a great comic on the inside too, a wonderful celebration of the Justice League of America, and this cover has always been, it's beautiful. I think what superhero comic books, like to be, should be. And now we're back to some scary stuff with the great Bernie Wrights, and this was Mark's number 8. Love Bernie Wrights and Swamp Thing. This is a beautiful cover. I love
Cold-Blooded Critic. Hail.
Hey, Cold-Blooded Critic.
Really?
In fact, I did.
Oh, Cold-Blooded. Oh, hail, Cold-Blooded Critic. Thank you for being here, sir. Thanks for popping in. It is wonderful to see you, my friend. Just doing a little cover recap from last night. I'll speed it up, I promise. But I like looking at comic books. I know it's childish.
Take your time.
No, man. But there are beautiful covers. And, this one, Bernie Wrightson, the late great. I was lucky enough to meet Bernie Wrightson once. Great guy, and just one of the great horror artists. And man, I love his Swamp Thing. I know I didn't like Batman the Cult that he did later, but I do love most of his stuff. And then mine, I got another traditional cover that we talked about this, Mark told me how Neil Adams hates this cover that he did. Tough, Neil. I love it. It's a classic. And, what can you say? Kryptonite Nevermore. The beginning of the Superman 223, by the way, the beginning of the classic Denny O'Neil, Kurt Swan, Murphy Anderson, Sand Superman saga. And that was the first Superman revamp of 1971 when it was, they did a lot of revamps on Superman later, but that was the first. Yeah. There we go. And then Mark had to just knock me out of the park when it comes to classics with this one, this beauty right here. And it's enhanced by not only because it's a great usage of color by the great John Buscema. The inside's a classic too, one of the greatest Avengers sagas ever. I love that era. Buscema Avengers, man, so good.
Mm.
Now for Mr. Steranko again, my number 7. Another one I have on a shirt, by the way. Jim Steranko. What do you need to say about it? Hulk, Cap, Rick Jones, Bucky. Not the real Bucky, not the original Bucky, the Rick Jones Bucky.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah.
Sorry for my creaky chair.
No problem, but we like sound effects here. Let's see what we got.
That's a little scoring update.
Yeah, how's it going? What's the score, man?
Dodgers have tied it 1-1.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
I think this is going to be good luck for you. They're going to win.
Oh,
Back
no,
to the-
they're going to win anyway. So.
Oh well, that's good.
Yeah.
Back to the great Mr. Wallace Wood, folks.
Oh, that's dope.
That's a great cover right there, dude. Again, I like the esoteric ones that he came up with. EC
What
Comics,
year
man.
is this 60s?
Well, this is from the 50s or 60s, somewhere up in there. Late 50s, I would say, if I were to narrow it down. Mark might know the exact year, but yes. Wasn't easy to find this cover either. It was a challenge, a nice challenge. Yeah. Back to being the crowded superhero scene that I love, with Mr. Adams again, with another wraparound. Superheroes flying, you can't beat it. Superman 252, love it. And then Mark, the only one that we both have on our list, even higher up is listed than mine. The Great Fantastic Four number 3 by the great Jack Kirby and Dick Ayers. Yeah,
What in your opinion, what makes this one particularly?
It's a landmark for this series. At that time, Marvel, they weren't really even Marvel. They were mostly they were just kind of Atlas. They were using it. Look at the title. It says MC up there. They weren't even sort of really officially Marvel so much. And it was a very formative time for them. The FF number 1 and FF number 2 were really doing very well, but
Play was still being molded, as it were.
Fans were they were still being molded. Fans were really concerned, and they wanted costumes, and they got them, and it just stands out. It pops off the page. Kirby was still relatively primitive compared to his later, not completely, but no one had seen this kind of art style. Don't get me wrong, but he really developed as years went along.
Oh, yeah.
But
just look at just look at the New God stuff that he did.
Oh God, yeah. But even before that, like it's a few years into the
compared
FF.
to his World War II stuff, like that's.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. But even
example.
starting around FF in his like 41, 42 in there, just incredible. And yes, but this one, I think it's so. It changed. This is a game changer cover right here. But it really, really started just. I mean, fans got what they want, and from there, man, they were just coming in droves. And probably first issue ignited everything. The third was there. Second was there, but the third one just started really taking off for Marvel right there, leading to one Marvel. Let's see. Yes. And then I'm going back to a wraparound with superheroes again. I'm predictable. And I'm back to the Legion. I love my Legion. Jim Starlin. It's a reprint book, but it was still Legion of Superboy Legion 238. And I just love the fact that he now they don't have 4 arms, but these guys look like Martians from John Carter. And he did that on purpose. Yeah, not much could be said. Just love the Legion. Long live the Legion, my beloved Legion. And now Mark goes back to, but you know what? If I have a pattern, so does he. He has John Byrne. And this was from this was the comic shop edition of Man of Steel #1 from the miniseries of the reboot, the John Byrne reboot of 1986.
Yeah, the reimagined origin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the Man of Steel. I have this, but not the original issue. I have the volume pack.
And because
volume pack from 1986. Right now, not 1986. Sorry, 1991. I think that's when they made the volume where it had the entire.
Yeah, they did a trade of it. Yeah,
it was like a little book that had pretty much the entire revamped origin.
This was released July 4th, 1986. Remember it well. And we're gonna go back to Mr. Steranko because we love him.
Oh, yep, I have that. That's a good one.
Another iconic cover, really. Good God, I mean, there's so many great Hulk covers.
Yeah.
One day we're going to do great Hulk covers, great Spidey covers, great Superman covers, great FF covers, because that's the way you got to do it, really. Let's see. Never saw the FF as a superhero book. To me, it was best. It was a science fiction adventure book. The Imaginauts. Yeah, that's pretty much
I agree.
that. But they sure did some superheroing from time to time.
Yeah, but I do think that when it comes to the FF, it's definitely it was definitely the sci-fi adventure with some
Absolutely.
superhero antics on the side type thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question about it. And I am, of course, jealous of Mark on this next one because I do love it. Well, I love all these covers, but I mean, Dave's the late, great, may rest in peace, Dave Stevens. God, Rocketeer. This was such a big thing for us in the 80s. I mean, I love the film. I'm sure you've all seen the film, The Rocketeer. You've seen it, Paulie, I'm sure.
You know, maybe a long time ago, but it's definitely not. Memory is not catching up to me. So
I got you.
I need to re-see it for sure. I think I've seen like scenes from it. You know.
Okay, well, if you ever get a chance, I highly recommend it. I love the film. I love the comic too. Eric K.
Oh, Eric.
Oh, man.
Hey, Eric.
Eric, thanks for popping in, man. Always great to see you, sir. I'm honored to see you here. Thank you for popping in, buddy. We're going to go back, because we're predictable like that, I'm going to go back to Jennifer Connelly. Yeah, good God. She was wonderful in The Rocketeer. Oh, my God. Timothy Dalton, great villain. Yeah. We're going to go back to Mr. Wrightson, because we've been doing a lot of Wrightson Stranko tonight. Yeah, it's a pattern, isn't it? This is my favorite Swamp Thing cover. Brilliant interior, by the way, by Bernie Wrightson as well. But this cover's always stuck out for me, man.
Yellow.
Love it. And now, you weren't buying it.
Number one?
Well, that's number 7. Swamp Thing number 7.
7. Okay. All right.
And I love the opening, or whatever. I don't know if it was the splash now or not. It's been a while since I've seen it. The way he draws Batman on the inside, Wrightson, is just incredible.
Yeah, the yellow in the cape there.
That is a true statement there, Mark. Good. That is true. Dave Stevens is single-handedly responsible for bringing Betty Page back into the pop culture. He did it with the Rocketeer comics. That's very true. I love me some Betty Page. Good point, man. We should have pointed that out last night. Thank you. Now, you'll love this one, Polly. It's from before you started reading X-Men, but you said you backtracked. This X-Men cover is probably my all-time favorite cover of the X-Men as well. This was Mark's.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
One of my favorite issues, too.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Wolverine alone. Enough said, Pilgrim. It is just...
What were these guys?
The Hellfire Club.
But they were
great to see.
Were they robots of the Hellfire Club?
No. They were dudes.
They were
and then
people.
And a fun story about that was Jim Shooter's such an a-hole. Look, I love a lot of things Shooter's done. Don't get on me about the Shooter defenders. At the time, Shooter was a prick. He was the EIC at Marvel, editor-in-chief. He came up with this lame-brain bullshit. Because in this, look, Wolverine kills people in this. He kills some of these guys.
Yeah, this was my first solo Wolverine title.
Yes.
He had his own comic. Like, it's the first time I
read
a Wolverine solo comic, and then
this was what really got him that comic.
The character, in terms of not through someone else's series, not through a Spider-Man book or a Fantastic Four, etc.
This launched his popularity.
Just brings those memories back.
Yeah, this is what really launched him. For better or worse, because I'm not the biggest Wolverine guy either, but he kills people in this. Well, later, Jim Shooter started making up all this crap yeah, but he didn't really kill those guys. People start giving him some heat about it. What do you mean he didn't kill them? No, he just injured them, and then Professor X sends checks to them for their recovery and all this kind of shit. Shut the fuck. Let fans say he killed him. Fans want to say he fucking killed him. It's pretty innocent. Yeah, I mean, it's evil. I mean, he killed him. But these are bad guys. Fuck it. And at the time, we were like, "Oh, come on, dude."
And look, when I play as Wolverine in the X-Men or with what I call the best Wolverine game, X-Men Origins Wolverine Uncaged Edition, you have to make sure it's the Uncaged Edition because that's essentially playing as comic book
Yeah, I think they had bionics. That's why I was mentioning that. It's
where
been a long time.
essentially you got Wolverine's powers, the sniff, his feral senses. You can go berserk. You can do anything. It's great. It's such a great game, and you can recreate this comic book cover on next.
Oh, nice. Professor X
It's
was paid,
with a lot of
paid for funerals.
or in dismemberment.
He's paid for funerals.
I'm getting to learn. Does it part of the system? I'm
Look,
getting
letting
to
go of your
learn.
loved ones is hard. Okay. It's expensive.
Oh,
I'm slowly learning the personality of Mark C.
yeah.
Wolverine does kill people. It's definitely part of his history.
Yep. Well, he did. I mean, don't have a dude with claws slashing people and gutting them like he did in this comic. If you don't want him killing people,
Seriously,
I mean,
like,
he let it happen. He let the comic book get
claws the size of his forearm.
Right.
Then it only makes sense that he involves killing.
Shoot or let the comic print. If he's killing dudes and you don't like it, don't put the freaking comic out. But you know what fans are like? They're like, hey, he killed those fuckers. Yeah, and we're all laughing about it, man. When this came out. Anyway, my next one's by Mr. Adams. My number 2 is by Neil Adams. That was number 2 for Mark. My number 2 was this classic. I love the photo background cover. You know me and Superman, man. That's just that's just glorious cover in my opinion.
Sick.
Oh man, I just always love this one. And number 1 for Mark. Dan, he went. Oh, let's see what they're saying in the chat there. Smart Steve, hey man, good to see you, sir. Number 1 for Mark is Superman Forever number 1 by Alex Ross.
Nice.
Both have this one on the shirt. And good God, what can you say? Because Ross has done so many great covers. Again, you could spend all day on Ross covers alone.
You can make a video series.
Sounds like a good video, Clobberin.
I will do one. I should do that. I'm gonna start doing some short videos.
Thank you, Sam.
I shall indeed, sir. But this is a beautiful cover, and Alex Ross, ladies and gentlemen. And my number 1, again, get ready to be shocked. I hope you're all sitting down.
Yeah, I'm sitting.
Because the shock is going to be too much. You're going to go, him liking this cover?
No, standing up now.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. All right, hold on. I'm ready.
Are you sure you're sitting down for number 1? Because we're not surprised by Mark's cover. Because it wasn't, he's got a Ross instead of a Byrne cover. But this one's just going to shock you so much. Here we go. My favorite all-time cover is this one, Fantastic Four 51.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Kirby and Sinnott.
Oh my God!
I have that one, and I have to say it is one of my favorite Fantastic Four stories.
It's one of the greatest stories of the Silver Age of all time, really. There you go. This man, this monster. I just adore this. Yes, I know that's not really technically Ben standing there if you read the story. Spoiler, but what the hell?
Yes,
that's a thing figure. Yeah, it's such a great story. It's interesting. People call this a thing story. It's a Reed Richards story. In a set, really, pretty much. I would say. Let's see here. Whoa. He sent me something, so I got sent some. Oh, cool. Sorry, I got distracted. Sorry. But yes, I love this one. Of course, the sad, tragic tale of me selling all my Fantastic Four collection, which was a considerable one at the time, including I had a terrible copy, but I still had number 1, and I had with only a few gaps between 1 and 80, and I had a complete run up from that point up until like 250 something. In which I got rid of the ones after it, and I had to sell all of it, but I kept this one, of course, because I have the interior of my copy of this one signed on the front page by Jack Kirby himself. I had him sign it for me when I met him, one of the 2 times I met him, yes, he'll always be cherishing that one. So, yeah, Jack Kirby, Joe Sinnott. Sinnott, easily my favorite Kirby inker. And yeah. What? No, Master Kung Fu 64. Master Kung Fu 64. Would that be a Paul Galassi cover by chance, Doug Oberg? Because he's done some great ones. I actually love Gene Day as well. So I toyed with some Master of Kung Fu covers. There's so many good ones too. And now they're making the movie. That movie worries me.
Which movie?
Master of Kung Fu.
They're making. Oh,
they're making it right now.
Shang-Chi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
that's
because
such an underrated comic, but yeah, they're still gonna screw it up.
Well, what they're doing with that is, and I'm
not the best thing in the world, but it is an underrated. Like, it is good. It's just not the best. It's good, and it is underrated.
Yeah, and it would make a pretty
widely
good
ignored
series. I don't know about a movie, but I think they're. I'm not sure exactly. I think they're gonna be. Aren't they gonna be using the Mandarin?
Yeah, especially since that's the only reason I can see them using the Mandarin is to replace his father with the Mandarin.
Fu Manchu. Yeah,
which
Fu Manchu.
Different departure from the comic book.
Right. For those who don't know, his father was Fu Manchu.
Really any interaction that I'm aware of, at least from the comics that I've read.
Let's see. If that story was another Reed trying to. Yep, it was that. You're right. It was Galassi. Well, I love Galassi's run, and I love the Gene Day stuff. See, what is your prized comic book possession? Man, that's a good question, Mark. There's so many. This would be one of them right here. I can tell you that. That's for sure. And I don't know. There's more than one. I mean, obviously, we all probably have more than one. But that is a good question. I'm sure. What do you have? What's one you have, Mando?
Favorite limb. You kind of like all of them.
Yeah. If there's a standout, or it's just got so many.
I have too many. I have like original. You know what I have? I have Secret Wars #8, where Spider-Man gets the black costume for the first time.
I remember it. Oh yeah.
I misplaced it, but it's still somewhere here. I just don't know where it is.
Well, I hear you. I have
I got the Spidey getting married. In a plastic slip cardboard bag. It's very taken care of. And let's see, I got Venom first appearance. I got Spidey back in the classic red and blues, like literally the issue after. I pretty much have everything from that era, so
nice.
I got the entire Todd McFarlane Spider-Man Torment. I actually have almost every variant cover of the #1, the classic Todd McFarlane Spidey cover. I got the silver. I got the classic one. I have pretty much the only one I'm missing is the bronze one. I think I have all the other classics. I have a silver one framed in my room.
Nice. Two of my most prized collections, for my collection, Mark, are actually two books I have. Two big Alex Raymond reprints from the early 70s of the Flash Gordon reprints, 2 hardcovers. They're still in pretty good shape considering how old they are. And I got them used in the late 70s. Love those big hardcovers that would be like ridiculous. You know, hardcovers are expensive now, but let's see here.
Smart Steve, that's a good question. I would actually. This is a bit of a modern one, but any of you ever heard of Impact Theory?
Say again. Which one?
Impact Theory.
It's Impact Theory.
They made a comic book called Neon Future. It's actually really good.
No, I'm not.
Cyberpunk type
strike a bell.
Issue. It's kind of a by the numbers hero story type story, but it's actually really well done, and the cyberpunk setting definitely helps.
Oh, okay. Nice. I was not familiar with that one. Huh.
It came out like a year or two ago, so it's pretty new.
Oh, that's new. Well, there you go. I was thinking, man,
last year.
because I haven't looked at much new stuff for a while now. Oh, by the way, I'm having trouble with my. There we go. Any companies not Marvel or DC out there? Oh yeah. I mean, in terms of at least
that's why I said Impact Theory because
okay, that's right. Well, good. There you go. Good. Thanks. I would say yes. Smart Steve 68. Over the years, of course, I love. Well, I mean, I love a lot of different ones. We had a couple covers from Mark had a couple from like EC and stuff. I love old Tower comics, the old Thunder Agents comics, things like that. I've loved some of the old Carlton books, Charlton. Throughout the '80s, there were so many other. I got away from the big two. I bought some of their stuff. They had some great stuff, but in the '80s, man, that was a renaissance for non-mainstream comics. And I was working in shops selling some, just some of the greatest stuff. In fact, I'm planning to do a show about non-Marvel and DC great comics, and most of them, of course, from that era. There's some before the '80s, but the '80s, man, there were so many great alternative comics. First Comics and PC, not politically correct comics, Pacific Comics, and many other. I loved XO Man of War. I loved Valiant's early '90s stuff. My prize comic collection: Randy Bowen, Bronze Hulk, weighs 45. That is fantastic, dude. I don't have too many Bowen statues because, as you know, they're really expensive. But I have the Fantastic Four Bowen statues. I have a Jack Kirby statue, and I have a huge Thor statue.
Oh, I can't believe I blanked on this one. 2000 AD, Judge Dredd.
I love. Oh yeah, 2000 AD. I used to have a gigantic collection of the weeklies of that, and of course, I'm a Judge Dredd fan from way back, early '80s. Loved Judge Dredd. I mean, I've always loved the character, and I loved the early Valiants. I don't know which Valiant era you're speaking of, Smart Steve, but I love the early '90s stuff for the first few years when they started with they brought back Magnus Robot Fighter, they brought back Dr. Solar, just called him Solar. They had the Harbinger, Exo, Archer and Armstrong, Eternal Warrior, Rye. They had a couple other ones there, and again, I just love the Unity crossover they did. They usually hate crossovers. That was one of the best ones ever. Early '90s Valiant. I keep meaning to go back and just reread those again one day because it's been a while. But for about 3 or 4 years there, they were brilliant. Brilliant. I loved them. And yeah, it was really such a good run on those things. Yeah, absolutely good stuff. Because they had the likes of Barry Windsor Smith, Bob Layton, and a whole bunch of other people who were, Jim Shooter did do it, of course. Yeah, First and Kamiko. Yeah, there you go, Mark. They had a lot of good stuff. Of course, in the '80s, I loved comics like John Sable. I read Cerebus for the longest time. You mentioned Judge Dredd, Mando. There were so many of them. A couple of John Sable covers by the great Mike Grell almost made my list on here. That was a great book. Grimjack. Of course, the aforementioned Rocketeer. Great stuff. Man, there were so many good books for the longest time. Again, eventually they were kind of glutted out. But, Renegade Press Mystery, Max Allen Collins. I remember that. Mystery, absolutely. Going back, that's going to some obscure old stuff right there, man. I like it. Mark, I like it. But I don't know. Mando, I was going to add something to ask you, man. And because I'm senile, I kind of forgot.
Multimaker?
No, Fleetway. Yeah, before Fleetway and Quality carried Judge Dredd, actually was Eagle Comics at him for a while first for the American reprints of it with great Brian Boland covers. And then, but before that, they were being reprinted in the Titan albums. That's where I first started seeing Judge Dredd. So, yeah, good God, I love Judge Dredd, man. It was great. A book that I wasn't big on that was popular, though, back then. I respected it because a lot of people loved it, was Elf Quest. A lot of people love that one. But
sorry, just interrupting.
How's it going, man? Are they doing good? They're
2-1. 2-1 Dodgers. 2-1.
In
carry on,
inning?
Seth. Carry on.
What inning are we in?
It is oh shit, give me a second here. They're doing a replay. It is the top of the 6. They're still batting.
All right, getting there. You're getting there, man. They're gonna take it. Yeah, a lot of women did love ElfQuest, man. No question about it. That was a huge comic of the time. And I met Richard Peeney a couple times who did ElfQuest. They were nice people. Yeah, they were pretty cool. So yeah, that was big. We sold a lot of those. Now you don't hear about ElfQuest anymore, but that much. But I think they actually still make it. I don't know. It could be anyway. I loved Zot by Scott McCloud. Again, there were a ton of those companies. Then along came Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And
what happened after that, though, yes, they were big. But they started a black and white glut that kind of killed a lot of the industry. Because everybody ripped them off. You had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then you had every rip-off. You had adolescent radioactive black belt hamsters, geriatric gangrene jujitsu gerbils. I swear. And you had, what was one of the other ones? There were about 2 or 3 others. I can't remember the names of them. Eclipse. Yeah, Eclipse Comics was good. Then Dark Horse started later, and yeah.
Dark Horse was pretty good, especially for their Alien and Predator stuff.
Those were big, yeah. It's funny how, remember when those were, remember when Predator fought everybody? Predator, Batman.
I have all the Batman versus Predator stuff.
Yeah, Batman versus Predator. There was Tarzan versus Predator. There was Magnus versus Predator. There was Judge Dredd versus Predator.
There was a Judge Dredd versus Alien, too.
What's that?
There was also a Judge Dredd versus Alien.
Yep. There was a Judge Dredd Batman, of course.
Yes. That one's great. That one's so great because it has Judge Anderson's in it, too.
Yes.
She reads Batman's mind.
That was a good. I think Simon Bisley
instantly.
I think Simon Bisley did that one. I remember Malibu Comics very well. Smart Steve, absolutely. There you go. Thanks, Mark. I remember Preteen. There we go. Sorry, Preteen Dirty Jean Kung Fu Kangaroos. Jesus H. Christ. But I did love a comic called Boris the Bear, which was a black and white book that was spoofing all of those Rip comics, and Boris just basically killed all those comic book characters.
Marky, I have to ask though, you should have put a dash between Dirty and Jean because that reads very differently to what you meant it to read as.
Oh,
I got that too, Mando.
Was there a Batman Terminator one? I can't remember now.
I don't remember if there was. I don't
remember a Batman Terminator. Was there?
Video on YouTube someone made that was, but I guess
there was.
I haven't read the issue.
There was a Terminator RoboCop.
Yes, that is.
Walt Simonson, I think, at least to the
cover. Too. That was also in a video game.
Oh yeah,
to fight the Terminator as RoboCop.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. That's right. Okay, thanks for the confirmation. The RoboCop Terminator was Miller and Simonson.
Yep.
Remember it well.
Simonson, yeah.
Bone character. You talking about the Jeffrey Jones Bone character, Smart Steve?
Bone character.
Or maybe it's called something else. I don't know. Well, man, there were a lot of them. Of course, let's see. Whoop.
My bad. Yup. RC term.
My bad. Yup. RC term. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of that. What that means exactly, Steve. But I am dense. Kitchen Sink Press did a horror called Death Rattled. Yep. They also did Megaton Man. Remember that one? I don't know if you remember that one, Mark. Also, one of my favorite ones was Normal Man by Jim Valentino. He was the only dude on a planet full of people with superpowers. It was a pretty fun, stupid ass spoof book. Where was I? Oh, no. And we were talking later about.
Oh, he's saying in regard. I assume he means in regards to the RoboCop Terminator.
Oh, okay. I got you. Here's a great Taken cover just for the hell of it.
And RoboCop Terminator. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Too much coffee, man. Yeah, there you go. There was milk and cheese too.
Actually, really good.
Yeah.
A lot.
Cerebus was a great run for a long time there. Yep, Mr. Monster by Michael T. Gilbert. Yep, remember it well. No Grimjack fans out there? No John Sable fans? Damn. Good book. John Sable, again, and it was a series basically about a gun for hire mercenary kind of guy by Mike Grell, Mando, and then it was pretty popular throughout the 80s, right? And Mike Grell, who was pretty popular, there was an ad. There was going to be a John Sable Batman crossover, and John Sable was a brutal book. I mean, it was a very bloody, great crime drama kind of a book. John Sable was a jet setting. He was by his sort of mile-bound alter ego. He was a children's story writer, but he was a mercenary, gun for hire type. Great book for a while, and he was supposed to do his crossover with Batman, and we saw an ad for it in the Comics Buyer's Guide, and we never got it. And
Hey, Clobberin,
yeah, buddy,
you got to take off.
I
Sorry
got you,
about
man.
that.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for hanging
a
out,
great
man.
night. Yeah,
All
man.
right.
Sorry, I couldn't be more.
No,
involved.
dude, I was just glad you stopped by, bro.
This is
Go
out
Dodgers.
of my depth, but it's great to listen to you guys for sure.
I'm sorry, man. Well, come on,
Don't
we'll
be sorry.
we'll talk
Don't
some.
be silly.
I'm always sorry. You know that.
Don't be silly, man. I had a great time.
Thanks,
if
buddy.
I could just say, this Thursday night, fellas, I got a guy who's coming on the show. He is his company is called Clobberin Creations. They do metal, the enamel pins, and
Nice.
I sent you one, the Adam West's Batman.
Oh my.
Finally, I sent it to you, and that's the Adam West
great.
Batman that's got the Calavera face on it, the sugar skull face.
Oh, thanks, man. Wow.
So I got him, yeah. So I was able to track the actual designer down. His name's Phil. He's coming on the show. He's going to feature those. We're going to feature a lot of. He's got a lot of great different designs, and so he'll be on, and then MB Geeks is going to be on. We're going to talk about Back to the Future.
And that's Thursday night.
Thursday night, fellas.
I'll be there in the chat, brother. You got it. If you need me to wrench, man, let me know.
Be there.
Yeah,
I'll be there, buddy.
Yeah, man. And then Doug,
Then
we'll
you got
see
the
you
watch
on
party.
the X-Files show. Yeah, the watch party. Take care,
Doug.
Mando.
All right, buddy. Hey, man, go Dodgers. Good luck, brother.
All right, have a good night. Peace.
All right, buddy. Thanks. Cool, man. By the way, Doug, I don't remember Eddie Murphy being approached to do a Sable movie, but there was a short-lived, lousy TV show. You remember that? On ABC, there was a John Sable show that lasted about 5-6 episodes. It was disappointing. But there was going to be a John Sable Batman team up, and it never got off the ground. And then 25,000 years later, whatever it was, about maybe 5-6 years ago, when a buddy of mine who owns a comic shop in Mississippi had Mike Grell for a signing. And so two friends of mine, one friend of mine, I think, the two of us, probably only two people on the planet who remember seeing that ad. I said, hey, let's ask him about why there was never a Batman John Sable team up. So I go up to him, we ask him. He's floored. He can't even remember much. He's like, how did you guys know that? They didn't even announce it. They didn't solicit it. And I said, well, yeah, but there was an ad for it in the Comics Buyer's Guide. I said, there was? Yeah. Oh, because he did draw a little ad. He didn't think it got printed. He said, yeah, we never really got it off the ground. I had a script, and that was it. I never really drew it. I said, oh, man. He said, can you tell us anything about it? He says, only one thing, because John Sable was a gun for hire. And he answers his door one day and opens this man, like soaking wet, all beat up, and asks him, I need you to help me find somebody. He says, who? He says, me. What do you mean, me? I don't know who I am. His head's injured. He says, well, give me your wallet. And grabs his wallet and opens it up. It's Bruce Wayne. Doesn't know who he is. And we said, that sounds like a good start. And he says, yeah, but I don't have anything else. I'm like, shit. Don't do this to us, man. He says, maybe one day. But it'll never happen, of course. Nevertheless, we finally learned a little bit more than we knew. Let's see. You're bailing us for the Dodgers. Well, you know what? Look, up until this year, I was a huge sports ball fan.
Look, at least the Dodgers are winning. You know, Yanks lost.
Yeah. Doug, I'm such an NFL fanatic for 50 years up until now, and New Orleans Saints fan in particular. It's killed me to have to break off from them, but with all their political bullshit, I forced myself to do that. Not getting political here, just saying, and it hurts. But I certainly understand loving a team and being devoted to him, and I wish him nothing, which probably nothing but the best on that, man. And it's been the weirdest time of my life right now, not watching NFL. It's brutal. And if you're not a sports guy, I envy you because it's not easy in the best of times. It's fun, but it's also, screws with your heart and stuff. Well, sort of like geek stuff does too, disappointments and things like that. But
take the Giants right now. I'm a huge Giants fan in terms of football, and in football right now they suck. They've been sucking for a while. I haven't watched football this year or last year because of it.
Oh yeah, I hear you. And then getting rid of Eli last year, bringing in a rookie quarterback last year, and now you go on with a youngster, growing pains and all that kind of stuff. But when I was doing my show on on BTR up until last year, I did in addition to Geek show, I did a Saints show every. I had a buddy of mine who was a Bears fan, so we did Saints Bears show, and then we of course talked about the rest of the NFL, and love it. I mean, I'm a freak for the NFL. I mean, I love NFL history and all that stuff. Love it, and love talking about NFL history. Love talking about the game, even today with the Bright Split. Drew Brees destroyed it for me and broke my heart because he was my hero, and he screwed up, and I'm mad at him. And it's been tough, man. They're 4 games in, and I'm not to be able to not watch it. I can't conceive of that because almost all of my life, over 50 years, I've been watching football every Sunday. For me not to be in front of a TV, man, I'm so bad. It didn't just have to be my team. If an NFL game was on, I was watching it. If one was on right now, I'd be watching it.
Whenever the Giants were playing, I was watching with my dad watching the game, and nowadays it's just not the case anymore. They
had to get political, and I just can't take it. And it's just a shame, man.
It was more just the Giants suck so much.
No, I understand that, but I'm the kind of weirdo that look, no matter how bad we were, I was watching it no matter what. At least it gave me something to talk about and bitch about. But I hear you though. If you can do that, like if you're having a shit season, you kind of just tune out of it. More power to you. That's the best way to be. No, it really is, man. And look, you've had some glory though. You've had some recent glory, so yeah. I mean, you didn't just win 2 Super Bowls recently. You beat up Tom Brady for him, and that's got to be sweet,
Twice.
Doug, yeah. Doug, that's good, man. It's, maybe, and right now I miss it, but it's early. Maybe I'll be where you are, and it won't matter.
Yeah.
It hurts right now.
No, look, at least I still have baseball and hockey.
And there's the thing, I'm a one sport guy. I mean, I admire. I got a buddy of mine who does a show with me. He's a hockey guy, and he's a big Penguins fan. So, we talked about that a lot. But I like watching that. But there's nothing that makes my does for my heart like any sport other than football.
It's interesting. I like watching hockey, but I just rather play it sometimes because I used to play hockey when I was a kid. So.
Nope, gotcha. So, yep, Giants 0-4 right now. Damn, dude.
Yeah.
You still breaking in that quarterback, and then I know even though I don't follow much, I know Saquon got hurt. So,
yeah,
it's a shame, man. Let's see. Clobberin, my dad and I, since I was a little kid, one of the things was NFL. Every game would break down, slow down. Yep. I mean, I love the ins and outs of football so much, and again, pro football, and I love pro football history. Now, because I live down where I live down in Louisiana with a hurricane about to be shoved up our ass again, looks like, I like college football. Okay, it's not a big deal, but last year's LSU season was special. Probably the greatest season by any college football team ever, or one of them. And I'm not just saying it because they're the local team. I'm mostly into pro football, but that was a special ride there. It will never happen again. What LSU did in last year, 2019. I'm glad they got it in under the wire because football's fucked up now. But even in the college, they're only playing like conference games this year. So I hear you, man. And dude, every Sunday for away games, I would go to my nephew's house, and we all, like 20, 30 of us, screaming and yelling at the TV like maniacs. And for the home games, since I can't afford the season tickets I used to have, sitting in front of a TV, yelling and screaming for 3.5 hours at the Saints, win or lose, yelling like an idiot, like a maniac, was so much fun. I loved it. My son didn't like it much because he doesn't care about that. He plays video games. He gets pissed at me yelling and screaming, but I loved it. And not be doing that right now, dude. Look, man, you got to adjust to things sometimes. Eagles had a tie game. Weird. And Mark has F's to give about anything sports forevermore. Well, that's look good, man. Hey, I got a lot of geek friends aren't even into any sport, and I say, look,
Yeah,
it could be fun and it could be brutal,
right.
Yeah, you probably have friends, huh? They're like, you like sports? What do you watch that for?
No, actually, a lot. So, pretty much all of my friends are sports fans. I just have a few that are not as big into comics and such as I am.
I gotcha. Well, me, it's reverse. I've got a lot of geek friends, and only like one or two of them like football, or like any sport. So,
see, it's the other way for me.
Yeah, I gotcha. And I have so many. I'm like, oh, you and your fucking football. When I used to do the show on BTR, every now and then, if we were just doing a geek show, it wasn't a football show, and just if my friend Flash would start getting into talking a little hockey, I'd say, how's it going with the Penguins or something? They go, oh, you guys with the sports crap again. Sorry. And we were talking about the Saints. Oh, sure, do it on your sports show. That would mess with us in a joking way, not in a mean way, but yeah. I've been trying to watch a little college, but it's not the same for me. But what can you do? Comics are more fun. Well, old comics are more fun. New comics.
Speaking of like more classic comics, I found one of my old video I did recently about the Wolverine thing. Okay, so I'm sharing the screen now. Are you seeing that? The screen share?
Oh, let me see. I'm not seeing it yet. Can you? What do you have to do?
I have no idea what you have to do. I just know that I can stop screen sharing. That's about it.
Let's see. No, sure. Do I have to do anything, or can you just share it?
I have no idea. No, I think you have to do it.
Okay. Well, if you'll tell me where to go, literally and figuratively speaking.
No clue. Is there nothing showing up?
Oh, I got you. I found it.
Okay, here it is. Yeah, so
I haven't done this. There we go. All right, what you got here? Oh man, that's cool.
Yeah, this is pretty much. It's like you think this is a movie tie-in game, yet it has nothing to do with literally the movie almost doesn't exist within the game. It's great. And then you have the combat, which is addictive.
What game is this now?
X-Men Origins Wolverine Uncaged Edition.
Oh, okay. Pretty cool. Whoa.
Yeah.
It's too bad he didn't really kill that guy, and the guy's in the hospital, and the Professor X sends him checks. So that's good.
Right. Meanwhile, these guys are building Sentinels, so I'm just like, screw you.
Is that a pretty old game, or
yeah, it's a real game.
Nice.
Yeah, it's an old one too, and I was playing it on an emulator. So.
Wow, that's badass, dude. I love it.
Yeah. And what's great is you have both. You got the classic costume, which I prefer to use, and you have the 80s costume, the orange and brown.
Yeah. Looks like you got the very first Herb Trimpe costume right there.
Yeah, I prefer the classic.
Yeah. They tweaked it a little when it was yellow, still a little bit later when Cochran and Byrne did it, but then you got the brown one.
It's not where the sides of the face are fully black. There's no little whiskers or anything.
Yeah. I was never big on the brown one personally. It's okay, at least it's a costume, but I like the yellow.
I don't hate it. I'm just a bigger fan of the classic.
Yeah. We're talking about Wolverine.
Colors. It pops more.
When I was running the shop in the early 80s, when the Claremont Miller Wolverine 4-part miniseries first came out, man, the excitement for that, dude. It's upside down.
Yeah, the emulator had a problem recording.
Oh, I got you. That looks fun though. Slash the bitches. Slash. He didn't kill that guy. The guy's alive.
It's like he was fine until he looked down.
The burn brown one is Mark C's favorite. I like that one
It's
too
a good
much.
one. Yeah, it's definitely it.
Oh,
look,
nothing against it.
You have
Yeah.
4 costumes to use in this game. It is definitely the second to best one, in my opinion, to use.
I found that sometimes the first I see of something, not always, sometimes is my favorite when I stays my favorite for whatever reason. I don't know why I'm flawed in that way, but I like the brown one. I just don't like this one. I always really like this one the best. But Mark likes the brown one, yeah.
I prefer this one over it. It's nothing against the other one. Just
yeah. I prefer either one to him just walking around with a damn jacket.
That's because that's the thing in this game. The default is just a tank top, just like the movie. So pretty much the second I unlock those costumes, I'd like screw it, go in the costume. I don't want to walk around in a freaking tank top. I want to walk around in the comic book suit. Especially since how good it looks in the game. Like, look,
Doug.
They put the effort into it.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
going to wear it.
Thanks, Doug. Doug just sent me the Doomcock covers. Oh, those are fantastic too. I will download those. Say again?
No, I'm answering. I'm saying Smart Steve is right. Doomcock is a brilliant YouTuber.
Yeah, absolutely he is. Thanks, Doug, I will download those, and I'd love to show them sometime if I have your permission. But if not, no biggie. I just love to have them. Those are great, man. You did a bunch of them, huh? Those are badass, man.
What was also really cool about this game was just it's a cutscene. But what was cool about this game was that when you take damage, your like parts of your body would actually disappear and show, like gore and your silver skeleton underneath. And you'd see it regenerate, and it was really cool. Trying to see, because I think I saw a lot of that in the beginning of this level. Yeah, you see right there. You can see the rib cage.
Oh yeah, nice. That's badass. I like that.
Sentinel droids.
Well, thanks, Doug. I appreciate that, man.
Because I'm like, screw it, I can tank it.
God, that's so cool. See, I've been looking for a game to play.
I've once got it where my entire upper torso was completely gone.
Yikes.
I was just a silver skeleton walking around hacking and slashing people.
What system do you have this game for, or did they make it for?
I'm playing it on a PS3 emulator on my PC.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because I have it on the Xbox 360, but I don't have a way to record on my Xbox 360. So this was a free option.
Did they make this for a PS4? Did they by any chance or no?
Nah, this was a Xbox PS3 title.
Gotcha.
It came out in 2010, 2009.
Someone said 2007 or 2009. Smart Steve said both of those. I think he meant 2009. Okay.
I can't remember if the. This came out I think 2009. And you can they added there's so much care into this game, and you can tell just from the combat, just the costumes and everything, the whole ignoring the movie plot.
Yeah, the movie was. I thought the movie was horrible.
This was made by comic book fans and not the fans of the movie.
Are there any fans of that goddamn movie? God, I hated it. Ugh. I'm not big on many of the X-Men movies, but I really thought that one was terrible.
Yeah, I enjoyed the second movie and the first movie, and that was about it. Like the first two movies.
I understand. Second one wasn't too bad, but it was pretty good. I just don't know. Yeah. But then Brett Ratner came along,
and what was great is they even added it that your eyes turn red, like in the like whenever they drew Wolverine in the comics, his eyes were always, like when he goes berserk, they always draw him with red eyes, and they actually did that in the game too, which is such a nice touch. Like it's at attention.
That's pretty cool.
So like, okay, yeah, these guys clearly cared about the game.
I've been trying to find a good superhero type game to play, and they never. I mean, I just because I don't. The only game I ever played, man, was Madden, and we just talked about why I won't be playing that anymore. Of course, it sucks now too. As soon as, by the way, with regards to that,
don't get me
Madden really turned the shit when they got a monopoly.
Yeah, don't get me started on the on sports games.
I got you.
Ever since the mid 2000s or late 2000s, I'd say that's kind of when they screwed up. But yeah, you can just like.
All right, Mark.
Thanks,
man. The lag has gotten so bad. I'm getting 10 seconds of show to 45 seconds of the Ring of Death later.
The
lag. Okay, man. I'm not sure why that's happening, or I don't know.
It might have just been.
Let's
face the gameplay through the stream.
Okay.
So I just stopped showing you that. Hopefully.
That's cool. No, okay, man. I don't know if that was what it is or not, but that's cool. But it was great to see that, though, man. I appreciate you showing me that.
Yeah, I can pretty much all in that video. I think I have links for the emulator, the game itself. So pretty much you can download it all for free. It's great. Runs on your computer.
I got you. I will say, by the way, when it comes to you, I don't know if any of you are having these problems. My YouTube sucks now as far as just watching a stream. Like if I watch Gary's stream or Doomcox or whomever, I get a lag, or sometimes without knowing it, maybe if I take my eye off, I just listen and I'm doing something else, and I go back to it. I'll realize I'll start hearing some shit. I'm like, what did he say? Didn't he say that a while ago? And he'll like, for some reason, kick me back like 20 minutes or whatever. It's happened to me a couple times.
I've had that.
Yeah, you've had it happen.
Yep, I've had that happen. I've been having some really weird visual glitches with YouTube, as you probably saw on the stream there. Like it wasn't exactly the 1080p that I recorded it at.
I gotcha.
So
well, I've been wanting to have a game to play for a while, like a superhero type game or something like that. I have a PS4. I'm shitty at video games, and but I have a PS4. And
did you get the PS4 Spider-Man title?
I did play that for a little while. Before that, I had the Batman, that last Arkham game. They were pretty good, The Spider-Man one, yeah, I kind of liked it for a little bit, but I didn't stick with it all that much. And really, I think I ended up selling it. You know what I loved? And of course, this is way back now. I would love to see them to make it for the PS4 to be exactly like the old Sega Spider-Man 2 game.
Well, they're not. I think they're going to stop making PS4 games because the PS5 comes out this year. So.
Well, yeah. I figured. I'm saying, or make a new game like that. I used to love that Spider-Man game from the film Spider-Man 2. I don't know if you remember it from back then. Whatever system it was on, maybe it wasn't
PS2 Spider-Man. Yes,
PS2. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that
was great. I love that game.
Yeah.
I could sit there just like a zombie and swing all over the damn city all day.
You know what's a good Spider-Man game too, which I've been meaning to play on my channel for years, literally. But I haven't, because I don't have a way to record. I don't have a capture card, and I don't have the money to spring for one. So I don't have a way to record on the Xbox 360. So I'm using emulators to kind of circumvent that. Plus, it's free. And so Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Pretty much, it's the game where you play as 4 different Spider-Man. You got Amazing, like traditional Spider-Man. You got Ultimate Spider-Man. You got Spider-Man Noir and 2099.
Nice.
And what I love about that is the combat. Just like in Wolverine, it's really good combat. The Spider Sense works in 2 different ways. If you hold down the left trigger of the controller, you go into like this defense stance mode, which kind of like light attacks are completely ignored. Like Spider-Man just automatically dodges light attacks when you're holding down that button. But any other attack, you still have to manually dodge. But when you're holding down that button and you move around so fast, yet you have full control. It feels so good. It feels like you're freaking Spider-Man when you're moving around, which I don't think even the current game does.
Damn.
Because
nice. I love it.
That's the whole point.
That sounds damn cool.
Fast. He's not.
Well,
but
that's amazing.
He has really good reflexes. The whole point. You want to be able to move around fast and kind of catch your enemies off guard.
Well, that's excellent, man. Yeah. There aren't too many games. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
They even went to the length for Spider-Man 2099, who doesn't have spider sense. They gave him his accelerated vision like he has in the comics, where essentially the way it works in the game is everything moves slower and you still move the same. So this way you essentially move really fast in terms of like the AI's perspective. But for you, everything's just slowed down temporarily. And so it's not overpowered. It's a recharge bar, so you can't use it all the time.
That's amazing. That is amazing. Again, you know the games I don't. I just want one. Ideally one I could just screw around with. I mean, and you know, with the superhero fighting villains and stuff, or something like that. But I guess I would take. Don't they have a new one coming out with like another one with the superheroes fighting each other? What are those ones they call?
The Suicide Squad versus Justice League.
Well, that one, but isn't there one? Isn't there just like a Capcom Marvel versus Capcom type thing or whatever?
I think it came up
one with superheroes fighting and shit or whatever.
Didn't they do a Marvel versus Capcom Infinite or something like a year or two ago?
Maybe so. Again, I heard someone talking about that. Not Injustice. I know what you're talking about, Sparksy. I know about Injustice, but I was thinking about one that was
good.
When it was fighting. I'm sorry?
I said no. Injustice was good. At least the first one.
Yeah, no, but I wasn't. That's not the one. I know about that one. I haven't played it, but I know about it. But I was thinking about one where they got just the superheroes fighting each other type game, like a Mortal Kombat type thing, but it's superheroes or whatever.
This is actually that type fighting game.
Yeah, no, but there was a Marvel one though. Man, I love Marvel and DC. I'm saying.
Probably.
Okay, I was just wondering, but
made one recent, like a few years ago, so it's pretty recent. But
okay, I got you. Yeah, at least 3 versions of Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, okay, that's probably what I was thinking of. Then, smart Steve, thanks, man, I appreciate that. Well, dude, man, I tell you what, I've had fun hanging and talking with you, man. I hope we can do it again soon. I'm gonna run off probably, but because I don't know what time it is where you are, but
yeah, it's only 1:09.
Okay. Well, yep, you're on the east there. I'm at 12:09. We're expecting to get hammered by another damn hurricane, but maybe it'll miss us like the last 3 have. But start kind of getting prepared just in case. You know, that's all we need. We're used to it, though. We're used to it, man. But I tell you what, I love doing this. I love just sitting talking comics. Anything comes up. So Smart Steve is a Central Time zoner like me. And I love doing this, and let us do it. I hope we can do it again sometime. Let's hang out. It could be we can do a topic if you can think of one that's interesting. You shoot at me. Any ideas you have is fine. Other than that, I'm just gonna try to do at least one open thingy a week when I can, and just depends. We'll talk about different stuff. And tonight, I just wanted to just talk a little bit about comics because surprise, surprise, we're called Clobberin Times, and we love doing that. So.
Clobberin Times wants to talk about comics?
Yeah, I know it's weird, but we've done other things, by the way. I had a fantastic time talking about Retro Blast with my Retro Blasting friends, talking about my favorite movie of all time, The Empire Strikes Back, a couple of weeks ago. The great problem being a good dude. We talk about Blake 7 a lot, one of my favorite all-time science fiction shows, and I do a lot of Star Trek stuff. So I guess I should call it Clobberin Treks when I do that, but. But we do have our hearts in comics as well. So,
a lot of my favorite stuff either originated from comics or stuff that isn't like traditional comic. Like, okay, it's not Spider-Man or it's not like a Batman thing. Like take Transformers, which everyone knows is a cartoon. That was originally a comic book first.
Transformers.
Before the cartoon was the Marvel Comics.
I remember the Marvel comic. Was that before the cartoon?
It was. Before.
Was it in conjunction with the cartoon?
It was before. Marvel
wow, really? Okay, I gotcha.
Cartoon, but the cartoon lore differs a little bit.
Okay. I mean, I at the time I didn't watch the cartoon. I didn't read the comic. I saw a comic, but it's first, so that's cool. Did not realize that.
And that's the whole reason why everyone wants a G.I. Joe Transformers crossover, is because in the comics they always were essentially in the same universe when they were both under Marvel. but the cartoons never were.
Oh, I got you. Doug, $1, man. Well, I went to see Empire a couple months ago at the theater. Unfortunately, it was a stupid special ed edition, but what can you do? But I still got to see it on a big screen. But he went and saw it 2 weeks ago for $1. Man, I'd buy that for $1.
Seriously, movies are freaking $15 a ticket here.
Yeah, now it was $5 when we went, but $1, damn.
The last movie I went to see in theaters was Spider-Man: Homecoming. Biggest disappointment ever. I've ever been to a theater. That was the biggest disappointment.
Which one?
Homecoming, 2017 one. You guys, me. I'm a huge webhead, and I hated that movie.
Yeah. Don't get me started on either one of those two. I didn't like Far From Spidey either.
I haven't seen it. I just, on principle, I've refused to see it. The first.
Well, you ain't missing much, brother. That is a good decision on your part. It's a good decision on your part. Mando Mark, great to hear a voice to the name. After all the time we've been chatting. Yeah, there you go, Eric K. Eric K, you the man.
The Inquisition stuff, so yeah.
Yes, a master wrencher. The great Eric K. Eric, I hope you're doing great out there, man, with all the stuff going on, buddy.
All the master wrenchers come to you, Clobberin.
They do. Man. I'm a wrench now. Did you know that? Only twice, though. I've wrenched for Paulie a couple times. You know what, man? I don't know how Eric or Chris or any of them do it for Gary. Man, that sucker moves so fast. When I'm just sitting there not wrenching, just watching, it gives me a headache. I can't keep up with the conversations. I'm like, man, I know you could stop them, but, dude, that's got to be rough, wrenching those things, man. So, very cool. And and my buddy Problem Being now, he became a wrench for thanks to Eric, he became a wrench for Gary today. So that's great stuff, man. And what is it? Sunday special retro movies that's great. I hear Raiders has been in the theater recently. I need to probably try to go see that. There you go, Transformers in Marvel 6-issue series from 1984. There you go. I remember seeing it, but I'm thinking back, did not know it was before the show. I like when I learn new stuff.
Essentially, all Bob Budiansky created all the characters as we know them.
I remember him very well. He was, he did a lot of.
He's the reason they have the names that they do.
Nice. Does he get paid for it or no?
What?
Does he get any creator credit in the cartoons or anything or no?
I don't think so, because I don't think he was involved with the cartoon. I think he's just involved with the comic side of things, and possibly the movie.
Well, there weren't even then. There wasn't much of creators' rights with stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a damn shame. Yep.
Oh,
but
just on the topic of Spider-Man, the whole
Spider-Man
Home thing, real quick. Right?
Yes.
Marvel seems to be doing that a lot with their movies now, which is weird. It's so their whole version, like Spider-Man in the movies is pretty much only Spider-Man in name. Character-wise, he's not there at
He's
all.
nothing like Spider-Man. I can't stand the Iron Spider-Boy stuff. I like the actor, but
just that, like Spider-Man in the comics was always a loner. Yeah, you team up with
exactly
Johnny Storm occasionally.
Right.
He was bigger names in terms of like within the universe. I mean, because he was the biggest name when you're not talking in universe-wise.
It's crazy.
But it's just like, he was always alone. Like in the 60s, like early 60s at that, like he was asked to join years twice. And
that's part of the appeal of Spider-Man.
Twice.
That's part of the appeal of Spidey, which is really what, again, I like the kid, if it was a Tom Holland, I think he's good, would be good. But the whole Tony Stark stuff, again, I love a lot of them MCU and don't love it all, but I could put up with him when he was in Civil War and when he was in Infinity War, but it's not Spidey. He's not Spidey though.
Like Spider-Man wise, like it wasn't all perfect, but I was like, okay, this is good.
I'm with you.
We'll continue on this and be decent, or maybe even surpass it and be better. And then they just kept disappointing.
I'm totally with you. Not my Spidey. I mean, I just can't get into again. And I watch it, and then you want to just kind of get wrapped up and make like it. Was it Homecoming, for example? I really tried to watch it, just kind of go ahead and say, all right, it's going to be different, but you'll still like it. And I like Michael Keaton in it and all that kind of stuff. I just couldn't do it, man.
Here's the rundown of MCU Spidey. If you're not a comic book fan, you'll like it. If you are a comic book fan,
that's fair enough.
Like it. that's the end of that story.
Eric says many times I am the only one hanging in the whole FNT Friday Night Tights. The panel gets to talk to just to each other. Try keeping them with 5,000 for five. Dude, I don't know how you do that, man. That is insane. And I mean, you are a trooper beyond belief, sir. And that is just that's
See,
something, man.
I'm offline Friday nights, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, really? Oh, gotcha. My quandary, Eric, for me as a fan, because I love Gary and I love Doomcock and I love Friday Night Tights and I love Doomcock, and I'm buddies. Doomcock came on my show back in early 2019, and he's been nice enough to have me on the show. So I feel like obviously we don't hang out. I wish we did, but everyone loves it. But he's been nice to me. He answers me when I write to him, and he feels like a friend. So as much as I love Friday Night Tights, when Doomcock comes on, I want to support him too. So I kind of go on both of them. Have you ever tried to listen to two streams at once? And I try to do that as much as I possibly can.
I've tried to pull a data and do 4 at the same time.
Yeah, just listening isn't easy.
I'm actually able to make out everything.
Yeah, it's something. And since I just love, the whole panel with Friday Night Tights, and I love Doomcock, and he's just such a good dude, and he's been such a good friend to me. It's tough. So when Doomcock comes on, I go over to him, but I keep it on Gary's and try to go back and forth, and it's like, oh, man, I wish, But again, for third world problems there. But, man, my Fridays are never sitting around watching anything again. It's always watching the boys and watching, not the boys TV, not the show.
Doomcock's a good dude. Regular.
I love Doomcock, and Gary's fantastic. Those are great guys, and they really try to help people out. So I really love them. And again, Eric, man, dude, I don't know how you do it, buddy. And yeah, he is. Doomcock is a genuine person, great dude, and he is just inundated, I'm sure, with stuff. And man, he handles it because he is the future ruler of Earth. So. Let's see here. We got some Spidey come to the McGuire Spidey movies were on par with
Amazing Spidey books. Amazing Spidey movies are on par with Spectacular Spidey books and current Spidey. No, because here's the thing: all the Spidey books were actually pretty good. Just depends on what decade you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously, and it depends on which ones you liked or grew up with or whatever. I like the first two McGuire movies. I don't like this is a weird thing. I don't like.
Were good. The third one.
I hate the third one.
When the studio gets involved, and then the Amazing Spider-Man movies are what happens.
Yeah,
when the studio is the creative talent behind the movie.
I don't care much for Toby, but when he's swinging around in the costume, the movies look great. There's a lot of entertaining. I like those movies. And then when you get to Garfield, he kind of looks more like Peter Parker, and he acts like
it was Kramer as Spider-Man.
He looks like a Ditko looking young Parker, but he does kind of talk like Spidey and some of the wisecracking. But I just can't stand those movies. There's one scene I like, by the way.
Andrew Garfield it's more like watching Kramer in a Spider-Man movie, like Kramer from Seinfeld. They literally do a Kramer entrance in one of the movies.
Oh God!
Yeah, that's
typical. Typical of Alex Klutzman. There's one scene in that stupid second movie that I like. They really botched the whole Gwen Stacy thing. But, okay, when you get to the end of that thing, and I hate it. It's just it's really crap. The one scene at the end, I'll admit that I liked a lot, which is a problem if you're only enjoying the last 2 minutes of something. The movie sucks.
The Rhino scene.
Yeah, I hate the way they handled the Rhino, even though I like that actor. But that was a cool scene because he acted like Spider-Man for the first fucking time in the movie, arguably.
First fucking time in both movies.
Yes. You're like, that was fun. Like when he goes, and I love the whole thing with the kid, dressed up as Spidey going out there, and him when he goes and gets the kid, says, I'll handle this from here and all that kind of stuff. When he grabs the bullhorn, that's Spidey stuff right there. And also, then you go, oh, we're going to see a nice Spidey fight, and they don't give it to you.
That's by the way, that's Alex Kurtzman's best movie.
Oh yeah.
If you look at the movies he's written, that is the best. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me he's an idiot and he's a lousy hack.
At least they did something funny with the Raimi films with Gwen, because the actress was redhead and she played a blonde, and Kirsten Dunst is a blonde and she played a redhead.
Yeah. Well, at
Oh,
that
that
time,
was
I
fun.
really love. I mean, I love both actresses.
Yes, they were.
They just
they were both
didn't.
good.
Yeah, they just didn't do anything with them. I mean, oh, good God, that was. Yeah,
Yes,
Bryce
the
Dallas Howard at
Rhino
that point.
was
Whew,
awful.
yeah, that was
I'm not
fucking
even a fan of
terrible.
Rhino robot. Period. Like, why is Rhino a robot?
Well, it was just so fucking stupid that I
Oh,
cannot stand that all the villains were created by fucking Oscorp. I hate that kind of crap.
Yeah.
That's so unspidey. Fuck Oscorp in the face. He does let other villains have their own fucking origins.
It's so weird
Stupid.
because in all the classic comic like Spidey books, Oscorp was never like a devious organization. It was just Harry. It was just the
yeah, just
chemical plant
yeah.
or whatever that Norman Osborn and then later Harry Osborn worked at. That was it.
Yes, exactly. It was so fucking
it had no other significant. There was like a significant to like a story here and there, like, oh, okay, we need to make a special chemical. Oh, the stuff is at Oscorp or whatever. It's like that's really about it.
Yeah, it was really never terrible.
It was never like, oh, they're secretly working on some military power armor or some bullcrap.
And I hated what they did with Peter Parker's parents in those two shitty Klutschman movies.
Yeah, especially since in the comics, yes, the whole thing is so interesting, like because they were CIA agents.
They were agents. I mean, which is retconning too, also. But yeah,
right, because because at this essentially when the original thing was written, they were OSS agents because the CIA didn't exist because it was World War II. But yeah,
nevertheless, yeah, it was it? Yeah, it was like they just turned it into LexCorp because they're lazy. You're right. That's exactly right. It was fucking LexCorp and it was lazy bullshit by shitty writers who only ever, who never really read comics. Yeah. So yeah, it was garbage. And again, you just.
I love how one points out that Electro becomes Electro by getting bitten by eels.
Oh my God. So fucking stupid. The real tragedy about all this is the way villains are handled usually. Is far from home, far from Spidey. The only thing good in it is Mysterio, only because he's well played and he's interesting and he's fun to watch in the movie. His origin is, again, tying it to everything's got to, just like in the MCU, it's got to be tied to Tony Stark somehow. Fuck Tony. I love Iron Man. I love Tony Stark. But I can't stand that he created Ultron, and I can't stand that it has to be completely revolving around Tony Stark all the time. That's another story,
I can get behind the whole like Tony built Ultron because there are really good versions actually of alternate versions of Ultron that were built by Tony and like storylines that are actually really good.
I live with it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm just saying like I can get behind it, but that wasn't Ultron. That was
in Age of Ultron. I mean, yeah,
like that was like to me, Ultron has no he's a robot. He's literally the definition of a robot.
It was Joss Whedon of Ultron.
The definition of an angry robot. Like the only emotion he can have is anger.
It was fucking Joss Whedon Ultron.
That's Ultron. If you ever describe Ultron, he's an angry robot. That's layman's terms for Ultron.
I like the movie generally, but I mean, and again, Spader does a good job for what that Ultron is, but no, you're right. It's not comic book Ultron. It's jokey ass.
Because
fucking Joss Whedon shit.
When I first read about Ultron, he was the scariest thing ever.
Oh, he was a scary motherfucker in the comics.
He was one of
originals.
The scarier Avenger villains.
Ultron, we would have words with when Thor talked like that. Yeah. Yeah. So no, they always kind of screw up on villains.
I don't know. I thought they did.
Or they kill them.
I didn't hate their version of Ronan the Accuser. It was actually one of the few ones I liked.
It was, I guess it was okay. It wasn't all that comic book, but it was all right. It was Shellback.
It was a good villain. Like, yeah, they killed him at the end or anything, but it was still a good villain. It fit the film and it made sense. Same with obviously with what's face's Obadiah Stane.
They did that pretty well. They handled him pretty well, I thought.
I did not like their version of Hammer.
Their version of Justin Hammer was garbage, and I like that actor. What was it, Samuel? Was it
Yeah, that's the problem too. Like, the actor was good. It's just the version, like
to me,
the character that he played.
Yeah, what was that actor's name? I always forget his damn name.
especially when Justin Hammer in the comics as well as the cartoons, he was always just more like first of all, he was always older, but I can get behind a younger version. Fine, that's totally fine. I get it, but you have to make him more. I don't want to say sadistic, but definitely more cruel and cold. Because that's the character.
That was Sam Rockwell, great actor, but he was totally badly written. But there was worse in that movie. By the way, I liked Age of Ultron also. Shellback, I just had some geek nitpicks. But Ronan was good but dumb too. I'm with you there, Smart Steve. But let's on Sam Rockwell, great actor, terrible Justin Hammer because of the way it was written. But fucking what's his name, Mickey Rourke, is so bad. And what they did. Again, Whiplash is kind of a nothing minor Iron Man villain.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: they took him and they combined him with Crimson Dynamo. They gave him Crimson Dynamo's identity, but they gave him Whiplash's MO, which sucks. You should have just had Crimson Dynamo. Fuck Whiplash.
Yeah, seriously.
Because he's a way better Iron Man villain.
They did a iteration of Whiplash, I think, right before the film. That was actually pretty decent, but again, looked nothing like the movie version and was actually better. But yeah, they should have totally done Crimson Dynamo. He's such a bigger Iron Man villain then. If I had to name top 3 Iron Man villains, at least for me, it would definitely be Crimson Dynamo, the Mandarin, Crimson Dynamo, and Titanium Man. You have these better villains that are just
and let's face it, he doesn't have a big rogues gallery.
No, he had a decent sized one, but it's not that big, and they're not that good. Blizzard is another character that no one really knows of. Pretty much it's a villain with ice powers. Ooh.
Yeah. But Shellback, you mean with my bud? With my bud. Sweet my bud. Half the dialogue from fucking Mickey Rourke when it was he was mumbling like a jackass. And look, they just like Nick Nolte with the horrible 2003 Angling Hulk movie. They went right to rehab it as Mickey Rourke was walking out of it. They said, "You want to come make a movie?" Okay, come on. Should they take a bath? No, you're perfect. So don't do anything. And that's how they fucking cast him as in that shitty Iron Man 2. So look, Jon Favreau's done some things I like and I love him, but he's not perfect. He's done some stupid shit, and that was one of them. And how about the way they did? Yeah. Oh God, yes. Say again.
Smart Steve. Iron Man does have a few non-techno rogues out there, like the Living Laser.
You mentioned Blizzard, who they did on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
They did an Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., yeah.
Yeah.
And then he got smacked in the head.
Sort of. But the way they did Mandarin in Iron Man 3 is a disgrace. That's why they're going to be using Mandarin in
Iron Man 3 is a movie that you can literally wipe from the existence. Everything.
God damn that!
Imagine the movie wasn't exist. It wouldn't impact anything.
Shane Black's a moron. I'm sorry, he really is.
Who?
And that Shane Black who wrote that, he's a jackass sometimes.
Well, then again, you saw The Predator, right?
Yeah, no, I did not. No, he wrote that, right? He
directed it.
Well, there you go.
And wrote it, I think. What was great was when I first saw the first trailer for The Predator. It's like I was sitting there, and I saw on the TV from the director of Iron Man 3. I'm like, that's not a good thing.
No, not a good thing. Yeah, Nolte was a combination of, he was Bruce Banner's father in that piece of crap Ang Ling movie, and he was sort of the absorbing man, but he wasn't Crusher Creel, who, by the way, they had on the Agents of Lane.
I actually like the way they did in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., even though it wasn't a lot. It wasn't a comic book character at all, really.
Oh, he looked good. You're right, but there's one problem. One problem.
That's the problem, though. That is a movie level Thor villain.
Yeah, exactly. Absorbing Man should be fighting Thor and Hulk and people like that, not a bunch of humans walking around with guns. It was so stupid.
Yeah.
That shit. Don't get me started on that show, but
the show had a potential, I think, and they kind of. I think the problem was the whole they didn't I guess the whole thing between the TV shows versus the movies and why they can't essentially really cross over. I think was definitely what affected that show.
Well, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Because if they didn't set it in the MCU, say it just stands alone, then they can reference whatever they want because they have full control over their own little pocket universe.
I heard now that they've actually,
so that's kind of their detriment.
yeah. By the way, I've liked the, you know what, Shellback, I, for the most part, like most of them. I have a couple that I don't like that much, and obviously Captain Marvel's one of them. And there are a few I don't like much, but generally the 22 or 3, whatever it is, I really do love a few, really like a few others, and a couple others I think are certainly okay, decent movies. So all in all, I think they had a pretty fairly nice run. I mean, obviously you can't get everything right, but you can't do everything. Everything can be good, but yeah,
7.
I'm a fan.
If you had to rate the MCU as a whole. 6.5.
Shellback, you could come on, man. I'll give you a link. I mean, we got let's see here.
4-3, in my opinion, much Planet Hulk. Yeah, it's pretty much there. That was kind of like they wanted to do a Hulk movie, but legally they couldn't.
I gotta find you here, Shellback.
Right to Hulk.
I gotta find your Twitter, Shellback. Give me a second, man. But
that's unfortunate.
What's that?
I'm answering D. Oberg's comment on Thor 3 being Planet Hulk because they couldn't do a Hulk movie due to Universal.
Yep, that's right.
Movie licensing rights. So.
Well, that's right, and they for the longest time they couldn't do a Namor either. It looks like they've got that taken care. They say they may have that fixed now. We might get a Namor movie. I'd love to see a Submariner.
Yeah.
I think I found you, Sheldon.
Back when Namor the Submariner was like a big name character.
I do. I love the guy. And yes, what a sumbitch he is too.
Oh.
Shellback. Let's see here.
That was a hero turned villain turned hero again.
Oh yeah.
Hero in World War II. Then he became a villain in the 60s with the Fantastic Four, and then he became a hero again, and even an Avenger later on.
I sent you a link, Shellback. But yeah, he was all over the place, and he was kind of an anti-hero, if you want to use that term.
Right, yeah, because he wasn't.
But, yeah. Let's see here. Doug. Yeah, there was a lot of Planet Hulk. Shellback.
Greetings.
Turtle. What is up, Ninja Turtle, sir?
Yeah, so like I don't have very much comic knowledge at all. Because I grew up in BFE, Missouri, where we didn't have comic book stores. So my knowledge comes from the movies and TV, like the cartoons and stuff. So that's probably why I don't have as much of an issue with some of this stuff as you guys do.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
And but like, so I have no real, big gripes with the MCU movies. Even things with like, the Iron Man 3 and the Mandarin and all that stuff. And I thought Thor Ragnarok was freaking hilarious. So, I didn't mind the campiness or whatever you want to say about it. I love the fact that in that movie, and Endgame, they had the Hulk saying something other than Hulk smash. Okay, I really like quote unquote Professor Hulk. Okay, because even though I was already like out of high school or whatever by the time some of these cartoons and stuff had come around, I really enjoyed the ones where the Hulk actually it was actually more like of Bruce Banner instead of just the mindless freaking destruction machine. So I don't know. I actually liked some of the parts that a lot of other people didn't, because they're like, no, the Hulk just needs to be, Hulk smash and, stuff. And it's like, well, you can't really, that's probably part of the reason why they haven't made, more Hulk movies or whatever, because, they I don't know. I just like, the smarter, more Bruce Banner like Hulk, because it broadens, it broadens his range,
Yeah.
So,
I like, again, I grew up with the Hulk smash Hulk, so,
Yeah, I agree.
but I do like others. I will tell you, and again, again, I know a lot of people scoff at cartoons. In my opinion, the best characterization of the Hulk I've ever seen, in terms of a fleshed out, really good character, was on a brilliant cartoon called Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. It was, and
okay.
again, Shellback, I don't know if you're a cartoon guy, but
Oh,
it was
dude,
so
I
great.
love animation. I love it.
Oh, this show, man, look, if you haven't seen it, you want to see something,
I haven't really seen it. No.
it draws from the classic comics, but you don't
Yeah.
have to have ever read them. It's really good. Hulk on there, at the time this thing starts, he is having, all through the series, he has an inner monologue with Bruce Banner. He stays Hulk most of the time, but Bruce Banner, he's not quite Hulk smash. He's smart Hulk, but he's not Bruce Banner smart. And when he's tired of running all over the running, and Bruce Banner's speaking to him inside, saying, if you go help those superheroes in this first episode, like this big crisis thing,
Yeah.
maybe they'll stop thinking about you as a monster. And he joins the Avengers, and he's all through the series. He's so well written.
Yeah.
He's written like this inner conflict between the two. He's not Hulk smash, but he's a brute.
Right.
And he's more of the, because originally it wasn't Hulk smash. The original Hulk was kind of sinister, kind of dark, and he was kind of a Mr. Hyde.
Right.
Because it was based on Dr. Jekyll and Mr.
Well, see,
Hyde.
that's the thing. Like, one of my favorite moments in MCU history, as it were, for lack of a better term, was in the first Avengers. When he shows up, and they're like, why aren't you the Hulk? And he's like, basically says, well, that's my secret. I'm always angry. And then he just kind of like, does that, not super slow, but just that gradual transformation into the Hulk. Just in time to stop that freaking alien thing.
Yes.
I was like, dude, I love that freaking scene. But
let's see. When was that? What's the question pertaining to, Smart Steve? I'm sorry. If you're asking about the cartoon, that was around 2010.
That was, yeah, mid 2000s, I believe. No. Sorry. 2000.
Around 2010 is when it started.
Sorry.
And then it had 2 brilliant seasons. And I love the Avengers movie that you were just talking about, Shellback.
yeah.
But unfortunately,
I enjoyed the Avengers movie.
I love it. But the Marvel came out, that jackass Jeff Loeb said, well, we're going to cancel Earth's Mightiest Heroes and do a cartoon that looks more like the movies. And they made that garbage
They did that for everything.
Avengers Assemble.
Once the Avenger movie came out, they started making the comics, cartoons, everything based off movies. So it's like a clone, based off a clone. Each one deteriorating.
Pissed me off so bad, dude. To this, it hurts, man. I wanted more.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted more of that show. The first
can I?
seasons were great. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
May I confess to another geek / nerd sin?
Clobberin Times Geek Confessions. Yes.
Yeah, I have. I have never really seen Batman the animated series nor Batman Beyond.
No,
I'm just afraid we're going to have to hurt you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're sending bad things to you right now in the mail.
Should I start scourging myself now?
But I do recommend them if you like cartoons, because it's too cool. I mean, especially the Batman animated series.
I forget who it was. But I was talking to somebody recently, and I was like, okay, I've not seen either one of them. Is there one that I should see before the other, or does it matter or whatever? And they're like, yes. They're like, you need to watch the animated series, then
Correct.
Batman Beyond.
Correct.
What you need to do, you need to watch Batman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, Batman. What was the sequel series to the animated series? The Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Well,
right?
yeah, they later changed the animated series to that.
But I think it might whatever you're watching on, it will probably just consider those.
Yeah, just the 4-season set has it all in there. So yeah.
Then you need to watch Superman and well, you don't need to, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good.
I do have to say though that so far my favorite Batman thingy has been, and even though I don't like the way I don't like the style of that they put the turtles in, but I love Batman versus the Ninja Turtles.
TMNT. That was great.
Yeah,
I didn't see that. It's good, huh? I'm actually trying to check that out.
Okay, let me say, as someone who's like, this is the Batman I grew up with, the one on screen, Neil Adams' Batman. Let me say, that was a good Batman. That it wasn't voiced by Kevin Conroy, but it was a good Batman. Like it was Batman.
Well, there again, and there's also like there are a couple of good. There's a DC animated film, Batman Under the Red Hood, which is really good.
Oh my God.
But I see. Batman. I love a lot of iterations of I love Batman Brave and the Bold because I love the old school.
Great, yeah.
I mean, it's such a brilliant show. Now, again, that's not Dark Knight Detective Batman. That's more of a Silver Age, Bronze Age.
It's more,
goofier Batman.
But I just don't like that style of the turtles. I don't know. They just they all look like they got flat, smashed faces. And,
no, the animation everything was a little weird. I'll agree with you on that. It was very angular. But aside from that, yeah, no, it was a really good movie. And Batman Under the Red Hood is at least the best Batman.
Oh God, that's really good
ever.
Yeah.
Now is that actual Batman or is it that Red Hood character?
Under the Red Hood.
It's called Batman Under the Red Hood. So it's a Batman animated film done a number of years back, but it's about the Red Hood.
Except it's better.
Now, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, in my opinion, is the greatest Batman movie to ever play on a movie screen.
I've not seen that one either, actually.
That's connected to the animated series.
The animated series, yeah. That's like
then should I watch Phantasm before I watch the series?
You can. That's on Netflix, and it wouldn't hurt. Yeah,
or is it like in conjunction or what?
No.
Batman.
Okay.
It's not really in continuity. In fact, it does a recap of his origin. It's on Netflix. And, Batman Mask of the Phantasm is really good.
Also, so is the other animated series movie, Sub-Zero.
Right.
Yeah, it's on there also. Yeah, that was.
But I mean, if I started watching Batman the series before I saw Phantasm, would it mess things up?
Phantasm came out after the series did, so.
Oh,
yes,
did it? Oh, okay.
Or during, right, almost like during the series was running. Yeah, it played in theaters.
I could put Phantasm in between the series and Beyond.
Dude, Phantasm played at the theaters, and Siskel and Ebert gave it rave thumbs up. They would have been, this is a Batman movie. It's animated, but they should do more of this instead of these live action ones. Yeah, look, and it was great.
Batman Beyond takes place like 50 plus years into the future from Batman the Animated Series, and Justice League takes place after the animated series and before Batman Beyond, and came out after both. Right. So don't worry about like which one to watch.
Yeah, it works.
No.
See, that's the thing, because like it seems like even if it's been just snippets that I've seen. It seems like when I catch footage of all this superhero stuff, it seems like the animated stuff is better. It's like
it is better.
It's like why don't they just make kick-ass? Why don't they just make kick-ass freaking high budget animated stuff?
Actors and special effects.
No, but I mean, they could still get the same actors to do the voices.
Live action movies have to rely on actors and special effects, which cost a lot.
Take care, Eric. Thank you for being here, my friend.
See you, Eric.
We're honored to have you here. I want to say something before we continue to Doug. Doug, I'll tell you this. It's not everybody's cup of tea in referring to Batman Brave and the Bold, because it's not the Dark Knight detective you see here. In 2008, this is kind of important to explain to somebody. In 2008, The Dark Knight film, the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight film came out, of course. And back then, the marketing department of Warner had some actual sense that they were going to look. We can't really market this to kids. And let's face it, I'm sorry if it offends some geeks, but comic book characters are supposed to be for everybody. You should have kid-friendly comic book things, and if you're going to have a Batman movie that's mostly aimed at adults, which it was, they said we need a cartoon. And they hired the Cartoon Network guys that had worked for Bruce Timm, Tucker and Janelle with their games, James Tucker, and he really knows his comics. And they said, just go make something we can sell Batman toys. They go off and make Batman Brave and the Bold. There was a comic book in the 70s called The Brave and the Bold where Batman always teamed up with other superheroes. So it's said this cartoon is a love letter to Silver Age comics. It does have more of it is a show. I've always said this. It's for 8-year-olds and it's for 50-year-old 8-year-olds because you can watch it. The references to old DC lore are amazing. It's really entertaining. It's out there. The obscure characters that pop up. If you know DC lore and comics, it's pure fun. It's not super serious. I love it. It's my happy place. Now, Batman animated series is more true to Batman. But Batman Brave and the Bold is pure fun, and it'll bring you back to your childhood if you read comics as a kid. Yeah. So, and I can do both. I still love the Adam West TV show, and it's campy and fun. And I can watch a Dark Knight Batman, the animated series. I can handle both. Yeah. So I just wanted to tell him that because people do look at the art of that Batman Brave and the Bold. So that's for kids. It kind of is for kids. But weren't you a kid when you started reading comics?
See, here's the thing. Like, I grew up, when I was a kid, I watched, which of course it was in syndication by the time I came around, because I was born in 1971. But I grew up watching, Adam West Batman, right? And so, with its campiness, and I also grew up, watching Super Friends and Justice League. With its sort of campiness. So when I got older, that's when I got into, like the X-Men animated series and stuff like that, So I kind of, left DC behind or whatever. And so that's like why I'm, I don't know, one of the, Dark Knight Nolan fans. Because, I liked how, I liked the, the darkness and stuff of it was, because I'm like, if I'm going to have a hero that wants to dress up like a bat, and a villain that is like a, quote unquote clown, having them act like they do, makes it more palatable or whatever.
Sure.
But at the same time, I love Michael Keaton, Batman.
Yeah,
so
I got you.
But it was, the Michael Keaton Batman reminded me more of the Adam West Batman.
Yeah, what Nolan did really well with Batman Begins was that grounding of Batman, where it's like, okay, how does he make this suit? Like, he can't just because in the comics he's kind of just wearing tights with like bulletproof with the bat symbol of bulletproof, but aside from that, it's pretty much just a guy wearing tights with a utility belt.
Yeah.
Later on, they kind of changed it where the suit's actually like skin tight Kevlar and all that, but pretty much like whereas in the movie, they made like the dude's a millionaire. He has access to this experimental military equipment that never got used because it was $600 million to make or something like that.
Right. Another reason that I liked the Nolan Batman was the Tumbler. Okay, I was like, if you're gonna have a freaking vehicle for him, the Tumbler was like actually. Like a feasible freaking, I could envision that thing rolling through the streets instead of like a 30-foot long freaking Batmobile that would take a freaking, 40 acres to do a damn turnaround in, So
you never saw the 90s comic book Batmobiles. Those were
Yeah.
They went really like sci-fi.
There have been some crazy Batmobiles. When Loki did a show a few months back about the Batmobiles, I think and that was a lot of fun, man. There've been millions of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I hear you, man. RR, great to see you there. By the way, glad you popped in, man.
So tell me, I don't know if I'm switching gears on you here or
That's
not,
okay.
but in my for lack of a better term, in my old age, okay, I am
If
really
you're
like
old, I'm in trouble.
I'm really like a fan of like vigilante types.
Mhm.
And when I say vigilante types, I mean the Punisher-esque, type of
Sure.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where you because I know that's one of the things with Batman that that people argue about it, or even Superman. They're like, they don't kill people. They don't kill people.
Yeah, they don't. They're not
And
supposed to anyway.
and that's the thing. Like especially with Man of Steel, right?
Man of Steel,
When
yeah.
Superman freaking snapped Zod's neck because he wouldn't stop, I was like, "F yeah!" I don't know if you allow cussing on your show or not, but
You mean like fuck yeah? No.
yeah, fuck yeah.
I was different. I was like fuck Snyder.
I actually yelled out. I actually yelled out, "Fuck yeah!" When he freaking snapped his neck. Because it even though we like our escapism, okay, it brought that nice little touch of like realism, to things.
Nope, not with Superman.
Huh?
It's not Superman. That's not the Superman way. Not that. Of course,
Well,
to be fair to you, that movie's not Superman.
Superman's like one of Superman's catchphrases.
Right. Here's the thing, though, and like
there's always another way.
Yeah. I was talking to Runner Studios, and Culture Casino about this, and we all came to the agreement of like, say, Christopher Reeve. He was the perfect Superman for that time, right? And we all think that Henry Cavill's, like Man of Steel Superman or whatever is
Man of Steel
is the Superman, for these days.
This is sad commentary because he's no. I mean, I like Cavill as an actor. This is Superman right here. It always will be as far as actors are concerned.
For me, this is Superman.
Yeah, me too. It always will be.
That being said, I do think Henry Cavill can be a really Superman.
Yeah. Good actor. No argument there.
But I mean,
this is nothing against him at all. This is actually against DC, like and Warner Brothers. They need to get their shit together.
But I mean,
get good writers.
Shellback. Here's my again. I won't go into how much I hate Zack Snyder's Man of Steel and his cruddy take on Superman.
I liked it.
Look, they hired a guy, that idiot Nolan, hired Snyder, a guy who said he didn't even like the character. Then he proved it with that movie. If you don't like the character, in my opinion, call me old-fashioned, you shouldn't be directing the film. But besides that,
look, take the live Transformers movies.
Right. If you don't like them, don't direct them. But again, we don't listen to fans. But here, Superman is the whole thing about Superman. He is a power story. It's a story about the responsible use of power. Early on, when superheroes first started out in the Golden Age, they killed people sometimes, or at least it looked like they did. Then they started realizing
killed the bad guys. That was just how it was.
Yeah, but again, it was how it was. But then they started realizing, and there's nothing that's been ratified in comic book annals where this is a law that has to be followed. It just came to be that we would decide that people with superpowers who are acting outside of the law should not play God and decide who lives or dies. In other words, when you're Superman, he developed a code against killing. Superman will not kill.
Yeah.
And Batman will not kill even because, again, again, these aren't realistic characters. If you want realism, doesn't work with a guy who can move a mountain.
So yeah, but in this situation, right? In that situation where Zod, he's got the freaking laser vision going, and he's literally destroying everything within sight, and you can't get him to stop.
He could have, though.
What else are you gonna do?
Superman is a thinker. Okay, he's in this movie. He's not. He's a mindless buffoon who destroys everything and slugs it out.
Okay,
Superman always finds a way. And he does not kill.
That's not Henry Cavill's fault. That's the writer's fault.
No one's blaming Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
This is Zack Snyder and David Goyer.
Well,
And by the way, Christopher Nolan. I'll defend him a little bit. I didn't like the Dark Knight Rises. If you remember, that film, but still, if you remember in that film, Catwoman's about to kill somebody, and Batman stops her and says, "We don't kill." And then later, he doesn't kill the Joker in the Dark Knight, and then in Christopher Nolan, when they were about to film the lovely neck break scene that you like, he was against it. Dead set against it. He said, no, Superman doesn't kill. Yeah. And Dan Didio and a couple of other people, Goyer, Snyder, talked him into it. He didn't like it, but he let it happen. So even his Batman doesn't kill, but they let Super Punk kill.
In my humble opinion, okay, to me, it was like the scenario, right? Zod was, he wouldn't stop, and even if Superman would have kept duking it out with him, it's just, more death and destruction would have come about. So I don't blame him for basically going, in case scenario by killing Zod. I actually liked it. I was like, because I was like, even because it's like, yeah, you're like this freaking, for lack of a better term, overpowered freaking alien, okay, and you're on this planet that you're on, you're pretty much a freaking god, because as far as anybody knows, there's not really anything out there that can kill you, and so now you've got an evil, you got a bad version of that in Zod. So it's like, sometimes, and that's why, to kind of bring it back, that's why I kind of like the vigilante freaking, sometimes you just, sometimes you have to be judge, jury, and executioner.
No. Can I just say something?
Well,
both of you guys.
Go ahead, but I have more. There's a point needs to be made here. Go ahead.
Here's the problem with that movie is that you guys are arguing about the Nep snack when none of that battle should have happened in the first place. Because if Superman, he would have made sure he battled it out with Zod somewhere away from a populated area.
Very good point. But you got shitty writers. All they wanted was disaster porn. So
No, I know, but I'm saying, if we're talking about a Superman story, that's the
you're right.
The big problem wasn't the neck snap; it was the entire thing that led up to it. That entire fight should not have happened.
No, it shouldn't have. But that's a writing argument there, and it's true. But here's the thing about this: see, Shellback, and like whatever you like, man, it's cool, whatever, it's fine because that's not Superman to me anyway. But Superman, this mopey, lousy, joyless movie, this gray, ugly movie, it was about repugnant, ugly garbage. He's not Superman. You can make a movie about a superpower being doing that stuff. It's fine. Superman's principles are about not killing. And it's just a principle of Superman's because he's got godlike powers. He doesn't do it, but Superman's also a thinker. He always finds a way. He was written into that situation so Snyder could have him kill. And you know what? That's what you're into. That's fine. Having Superman's ideals perverted for a horrible movie like that. It's my most hated movie of all time. And,
he couldn't have hated it.
But hey,
he's making a new thing with not only him but other people in it too. So
that movie didn't do all that well either. But that's beside the point. They don't talk to me when they make their movie. So they're gonna make them. And look, I like Henry Cavill. If he got a good script to play Superman, I'd be all for it and give it a chance. No problem, man. And that's cool. People look. You're not the only one who disagrees with me on that. When that movie came out, leading up to it, I had so many fights with a lot of people on it. Yeah. When I finally saw it, dude, on my show, I did a whole week on it. I had 2 different long 3-hour shows with people who liked it and then people who didn't.
And here's the thing too. Like me personally, I wouldn't. I wouldn't kill somebody unless I felt like I absolutely needed to, like I would still treat it like a last case scenario. But
Sure.
but if you put me in that situation where I think I need to, I'm not gonna, my hero guy or whatever wouldn't hesitate. I'd snap your neck or, run a freaking
Sure.
lead pipe through you or something,
What I'm talking about here, though, is see, when you get to superheroes, the problem is when you make them too realistic, they stop being fun and they stop being more. I mean, look, I'll give you an example. Again, you mentioned you liked Age of Ultron. I did too. That is false. Here's the thing about that. I don't like Joss Whedon for a lot of things, but after Man of Steel came out, and he got Age of Ultron, he criticized the film for not showing one thing that's key to Superman's character: rescuing people, saving things, inspiring people.
Yep.
So there's a lot of stuff in that movie where the Avengers are rescuing people and saving people.
Film.
And and they don't. The Avengers even don't kill.
Heroes.
Yeah.
Superheroes don't kill.
My gripe, I do actually have a gripe about Age of Ultron.
Sure.
And that's the fact that they killed off freaking Quicksilver. Okay.
Oh,
it's like,
I hated that.
It's like, seriously, you're gonna have a guy, a speedster guy, actually get, tired and winded after such a short amount of time? No, I'm sorry, but he would have been able to beat that bullet.
Oh yeah. So. The problem is they had to kill him for legal reasons because both Marvel,
the X-Men movie,
Marvel and Fox, and owned the rights to the character.
But I was like, you better bring him back in another movie by using the Lazarus Chamber or something.
They had to,
but
they were legally bound to kill him off. Now I hated that.
Yeah, what's funny about that, Shellback?
Scene where they have a deleted scene where Quicksilver saving people too, because you notice
yes, that's true.
Own little saving people moment, and they're rescuing people, and he stops by a house and he's rescuing them, and then he runs back to that house to hit on one of the girls, and then goes back to people.
Yeah. The funniest thing about that to me is I'm so with you about that Quicksilver, and in the comics I hate Quicksilver. I mean, he's one of my most hated characters. I really hate that son of a bitch. I liked him in the movie.
Quicksilver's character writing in the comics is so
he's an a-hole.
I hate it. I don't hate I just hate the inconsistency of his character.
So Smart Steve says, but how could Soups snap Zod's neck if they both, are as strong as each other? Same way that either you or I could snap each other's neck.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
I guess just realism doesn't interest me with superheroes that much. I got to be honest with you. Not all of them. You can go dark, but Superman is the epitome of.
See, I'm not talking, just have everything, be like it is in the real world, but I like, there are certain times where I like that, I like that touch of, that touch of realism, and
it's been done well with Superman type archetype characters in comics, where you make a character who's not nice.
We got a Brightburn and then now Homelander in the board.
Yeah. But Superman, I don't know. Superman should be a hopeful character.
Like people, realistically, people with Superman like abilities. You're not alone, Shellback. That's cool, man. We love you anyway, brother. No, dude, you're the man. So I hate that movie, but I still love people. Also, it's not just that he was the son of Krypton's greatest mind. Even if he's the son of Krypton's stupidest person, he was raised by people who taught him values. Except in that movie.
Not in that movie. Kevin Costner was a conspiracy kook.
Oh my god! My problem with that movie really stems from the whole beginning, where it's like his father's like, "No, you should just let him die. No, don't save me from the hurricane."
Don't get me started. Don't save him from the cartoon tornado.
Well, and I'm not saying I didn't have my issues. I'd be the same way. I'd be like, I wouldn't tell my son with superhero freaking powers. I wouldn't tell him not to use them.
Yeah, don't save me. Don't save me.
I would be like, dude, hook your dad up, man. But
idea how fast a bullet goes. He can be.
I would tell him to use it responsibly.
He could have used it so fast, no one would have seen him grab him. I mean, again, that's why I'm saying realism doesn't work with Superman. I mean, you could apply some of it to Batman, but you got a guy who can, move at invisible speeds and move mountains. So,
lakes and then carry the entire lake without it crumbling on top.
But like I said, I actually enjoyed that one scene. But sorry,
you're not alone. There are others who do. No. You're good, man. I'm glad you're here.
But I do like Cavill's. I do like Cavill's Superman, though. I do.
I really like Henry Cavill as a dude. I mean, even though I hate those two movies, as bad as the stupid Whedon cut of Justice League is, the scenes when he's actually playing, he comes back as good Superman, he proves that he could be, the Reeves type, a George Reeves type, Christopher Reeves type Superman.
Yeah.
If he were written well, he's great. I mean, I really like Cavill. I hate his costume too.
The 2015 movie.
What's that?
The 2015 Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie. Henry
yes.
I love the show too much to get. I love the old show too much to watch it, but I'll watch it one day.
It was a good movie. I think it was.
That's what I hear.
Faithful to the show, but it's really good.
Yeah, well, it's just another remake. I mean, I know it's not. I'm not saying it need to be faithful to the show.
The show, I would probably say don't watch it, but I'm just gonna say
no.
In that.
I probably will watch it because I like those guys. But
that movie,
I love the old TV show.
So
that movie is my reason for wanting to nominate Cavill as the next Bond.
Yeah, no, that movie is my reason too. I want him to be Bond because
I agree.
He really plays American Bond in that film, and also, he reverses tornado, but he doesn't save his own dad. Also, in the original movie, as well as the original origin for Superman, his father dies of a heart attack. Now, why that's so important is because it's the whole point of that is with all his power, there are things he is still helpless against.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He can't save everyone from everything. That was the whole point of within his origin, that his father dies from a heart attack. That he can't save everyone. Even with all the powers he has, he can't save everyone. Some things he's powerless
I mean, and that all he had to do was write that to when he dies of a heart attack, and instead of the stupid tornado thing. Can of worms to be opened here. Just briefly, is anyone? For one to answer, Douglas, I'm not looking forward to Snyder's cut. You know how I feel about Snyder, just from this little bit here. I hate him, hate his DCU. That said, and as much as I've had a lot of fights with Snyder people over the years, if you're a nice person who just likes those movies and you're looking forward to that thing, I'm glad you're getting it. But it doesn't interest me at all.
I guess I would be one of those people. I mean, I'm not. I don't think you could classify me as one of the hardcore movement people, but I'm looking forward to it. And from what I hear, it's going to end up being the way things should have been from the beginning.
Yep. He'll get a chance to make the movie you wanted to make. I mean, it's almost not a cut at this point; it's a Snyder reshoot. But cut. Smart Steve's answer. He thinks it's going to be awesome. What do you think, Nando?
I really don't care. Not like that's like I don't think it's going to be good. I really don't care. If it's good,
I'll watch it. I'm sure I'll watch it.
Here's what I want to see. All right. Well, real quick. So hanging out, on YouTube in this fandom and all, has actually inspired or possibly re-inspired me to come up with my own comic book character, which I hope to bring to fruition within the next year or two.
Nice.
He's going to be that vigilante type who, he won't. He's not gonna be going out to try and kill people, but if he feels that he needs to, they're gonna be gone.
Fair enough.
But Anywho, what I'm looking forward to is I want to see, and from what I know, this is straight out of the comics. I want to see them bring back the X-Men by introducing well, they're going to need Captain Marvel for this. And I want to see them introduce reintroduce the X-Men by having Rogue come along and take Captain Marvel's powers.
Well, she was Miss Marvel when she took them, but yeah, that would be cool.
Can I just say, when I grew up,
Rogue is one of my favorites ever.
I'm going to say, when I grew up, I didn't even know Miss Marvel's actual name. I just knew, sorry, not Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel's real name. I just knew her as Captain Marvel. Second, the Captain Marvel I grew up with was Monica Rambeau.
Yeah, and that's the one they should have went with.
Yeah, for starters,
it would have made more sense.
Come on, her powers are entirely light based. How was that not the go-to?
My Captain Marvel says Shazam, but I'm old.
Thing as well as
right. Dude, he's one of the ones he was one of my favorite superheroes ever growing up was Shazam.
The real Captain Marvel, the first one.
So you guys have made me think of something. Okay. So far in the MCU or whatever in the Captain Marvel crap, the Skrulls. Okay, the Skrulls. From what I know, from what I've been told and heard and all that stuff, the Skrulls have been bad guys.
Yes.
Yep.
But in the Captain Marvel MCU universe, they're just misunderstood. They're just misunderstood immigrants. You know,
that was so bad.
The Skrulls were always evil. I can't imagine a time when they weren't.
Since Fantastic Four #2, buddy.
There's only one instance where the Skrulls were not evil. Technically not the Skrulls, but a Skrull. Johnny Storm's wife.
Yes, that's true. Then I hated that whole storyline, but yes, that's true. When she was Alicia.
Yeah, well,
disguised as Alicia.
What the Human Torch married a Skrull?
He thought she was Alicia Masters, which I hated that story anyway. And she turned out to be a Skrull.
I was so angry. It was like, what? But she should be with Ben. Like, I hated that they took
it was so bad.
But the Human Torch was one of my favorites too.
Okay. I love him.
You know, they can be happy. That's fine. As long as Ben ends up with Alicia. That's all I care about.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. But he didn't, of course, for a long time. He had Sharon Ventura, who was also a Miss Marvel. There were a couple of Miss Marvels, and I love the Marvel Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
I was never big. I had nothing
the original Marvel Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I mean, yes,
and that's the thing, you know, like they felt the need to even change Marvel to a freaking woman. You know, it's like, you know, God forbid a woman get, you know, mentored by a man. You know, it's like,
you're so toxic,
right?
It's a bunch of crap. This is how I first learned about my favorite Captain Marvel. CC Beck. I had this book, Shazam, from the 40s to the 70s. I still have it, but I don't have that dust jacket on it anymore. Wore that sucker out.
Am I blinking? That's Marvel Boy, and then what's her name? I'm always.
Well, that's all right. It's Captain Marvel, Mary Marvel, and Captain Marvel Jr. Captain Marvel Jr. Fun fact for everyone: Elvis was a huge fan of Captain Marvel, and he based his look on this Captain Marvel Jr. Not the Schaffenberger version, the Mac Rayboy version, because he loved the character so much.
Right on.
Yeah.
I actually had I guess about a foot tall.
That's the Captain.
It's Monica.
That's the Marvel Captain Marvel.
The second Marvel Captain Marvel.
But I had a Shazam action figure that was about a foot tall when I was a kid.
Really?
Just like I also had a G.I. Joe of that size and a $6 Million Man of that size. But
I remember the $6 Million Man when I remember the Mego Captain Marvel, the Shazam Captain Marvel, but I don't remember a big one. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Love it. But yeah, that's my Kai. By the way, Kai is here. We are honored. MFS, author of wait for it.
Space Crime.
Domino. Go ahead. The great new science fiction novel.
Yep.
We have the next Robert A. Heinlein here, folks.
Check it out. Check out it. Also check out actually Kai, whose channel is the show on tomorrow? No, sorry, not tomorrow. Thursday. Today is Wednesday. My bad. So, but then again, today.
Are you talking about the Latino Slant?
No, the Gaming Lounge.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
D-Berg, D. Oberg, man, Douglas, you're going way back. What about the Scroll Cows? All the way back to their first appearance. Fantastic Four, number 2. And then Byrne brought them back.
For the Scroll War.
Annual.
Scroll War.
The Scroll Milk thing. No, Brew he brought them back in an annual, and they went back to that first town that their minds were erased in, the Scrolls, and the whole city was taken over by Scroll Milk. But, yeah, it was weird.
I miss the Scroll Cows.
Yeah, I love Super Skrull. He was one of my favorite villains. You remember Super Skrull, Showback?
No, I don't.
He had all the powers of the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, the Super Skrull was one of my favorite.
Yeah. No, see, and that's the thing too. Like I've always liked all of this stuff, but like I said, if it wasn't in a movie, if it wasn't in a movie or on TV, I'm more of a
I got you. Sure.
Normie or whatever you want to say. So
that's true. By the way, she became this Captain Marvel. Monica became Photon later. That's right. Changed her name.
To me, it should always be the Marvel version of Captain Marvel because Captain Marvel died of cancer in the 80s.
In a great book called The Death of Captain Marvel, the very first Marvel graphic novel.
That was the first superhero to die.
Of natural causes like that, for sure, caused by the negabands. Yeah, it's amazing stuff. But yeah, and
that was back when they killed a character, they stayed dead.
I remember that. If you're thinking of the same Super Skrull issue, the Marvel team up, Douglas, it could have been maybe the Byrne one would have Spider-Man teaming up with Miss Marvel.
I'm
Great stuff.
to find an image of the Super Skrull so I can show it to Watchman.
Oh yeah, cool. He is a great villain now. Yes.
Okay, so speaking of Spider-Man, right? Okay, I am like totally, like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Good.
Good. Because and one of the main reasons I liked Tobey's Spider-Man is because part of his mutation was his web shooters, right? He didn't have to rely on a freaking mechanism with cartridges.
You like the organic shooters? I couldn't stand
them.
Yeah,
I love the organic shooters because to me that would be one of the things that would naturally happen from the get-go with a mutation like that. Well, it's like what spider doesn't have web making abilities?
If Ditko had done it originally, Lee and Ditko and Kirby had done that originally, I would have been fine with it. But the fact that I like web shooters, I mean, the times when he runs out, he gets in trouble. I hear you, but I don't know. Oh, there you go. That's a Byrne Super Skrull right there. But I hear you. A lot of people like that. I mean, I'm not. It's a nitpick, dude. It's a geek nitpick. I'm fine with it. I like those movies. Those first 2 movies.
Yeah. No. Also, I wasn't upset about it because literally at the time the movie came out, 10 years earlier, they had Spider-Man 1999 who had organic web shooters, so it didn't bother them. It made sense for adapting it to a film. I got it. You're trying to make it a bit more real.
Sure.
Because technology kind of needed in film.
Well, to me, it makes more sense. Like I said, to me, it makes more sense for him to have that part of his mutation.
It's fine. It's like I said, geek nitpick, but I did used to enjoy it when he would. Spider-Man was a screw up, and he would run out of web sometimes.
A genetically modified organic spider.
Well, see, the thing is, they kind of addressed something like that in one of the Toby movies. Where he goes to shoot his web, and it wouldn't come out, because he was stressed out about shit, so part of his powers wouldn't work,
RR makes the best point about it. RR makes the
I still prefer web or mechanical web shooters because of what RR is saying. It showed off Peter's scientific mind and his ability to create.
Exactly.
But
Peter was
also because in terms of it just worked for so many until he upgraded the web shooters later in the 80. I want to say 85, and it might have been 86. Because at the time, up until then, his web shooters, they run out. He would literally he wouldn't know what run out until they just stopped firing webs.
It shows how smart he can be.
Or there was literally a rotating thing, whatever comic technology, but
it does show how smart he can be, but at the same time, there's a lot of other things that shows how smart he can be too. So
I look. I'm saying I don't mind the organic web shooters in that film. It worked for the film, but when it comes to just in general, Spider-Man should have mechanical web shooters, which I have to say,
it's not a deal breaker.
But here's the thing, though. I don't like the Amazing Spider-Man's web shooters, and I don't like the MCU. MCU kind of
costume.
More see, look, we're doing it. We have the mechanical web shooters. See, look, we did it. It's but it's not really doing it. It's more
now, see for the Tom Holland Spider-Man, because Spider-Man was one of my favorites growing up because I was a little small kid, and so was Peter Parker, but with Tom Holland's Spider-Man, I actually like the the Tony Stark technology, the for lack of a better term, the Iron Spider suit and stuff, with the extra arms and stuff. But my actual favorite part was in Far From Home when he's in the back of the plane doing his Peter Parker thing, with designing that new suit, and I'm because I was like, that's Peter Parker right there,
I see what you're saying, but it's still heavily literally he wouldn't be able to do that without Tony Stark. That's Peter Parker's always been a loner. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about this a little earlier in the show. He's always been a loner. He was approached by the Avengers twice early on in his career. And he turned them down both times.
See, when I was the Spider-Man cartoons, that I grew up with, Spider-Man wasn't really, a loner per se. I mean,
cartoons.
He kept his, identity, secret, from his loved ones like Aunt May and MJ and stuff. But, he was, definitely, not a loner when it came to his, superhero friends that he hung out with, So I don't know.
Hey, Shellback. You want to see Spider-Man knock the crap out of Superman?
He also broke knuckles when he did that, but yeah.
No, well, at first he didn't. Remember, Superman had been doused with red sun energy for a while there by Luthor. That was
right. And then the second time he did it,
then it wears off. It wears off.
And then he jumped around the rooftop. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah, well, it wears off, and then Superman, just stands there because he's tired of getting knocked around, and it's all of a sudden, Spidey's breaking his hands on his stomach, and then Superman gets pissed and goes to hit him. And of course, I love old comics. He's thinking to himself while his fist is traveling towards Spider-Man's face at light speed, my God, if this blow connects, it'll kill him. So he stops it an inch before Spidey's nose, but the wind blast knocks Spidey 5 miles. That's fun, ridiculous, funny books for me.
So, what was the scenario here? Like, why were they fighting?
Well, back in 1976, the very first company crossover of superheroes called the Superman versus Spider-Man team up, which was this wonderful thing right here, which was one of my favorite covers. Marvel and DC got together, they did this, and basically, in order to try to put Superman after Spider-Man or make them fight as a plan, Doc Ock and Luthor were plotting, and they made it look like Superman had kidnapped Lois and Mary Jane, and then Spider-Man went after him, and then they doused one of them. I think they doused Spider-Man with red sun energy temporarily, so he could beat the crap out of Superman to give them a chance to escape.
That was a
great comic.
And then they team up and battle Lex Luthor and Doc Ock. So
yes.
And that is the web shoot. That was the 80. I want to say 86. It might have been 85. Web shooter. But this is essentially post black suit web shooter.
Oh, there you go.
And I don't know about you guys, but I love Alfred Molina's Doc Ock.
He's brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's fantastic. I love that guy.
Doc Ock, in my opinion. And but this is the web shooter. Essentially, they'd have multiple cartridges on.
Yeah.
Wrist, and they'd be able to rotate once one's empty, rotate to another one until
Yeah. So but like I said, though, that to me that never made much sense, because like I said, to me, having organic web shooters should be part of the transformation, But
I've always been of this mind of it. If Ditko had done it originally, no one would have balked about it. But for some reason, I don't know why they didn't do it. It would have worked. No one would have cared if he'd done it originally, but you know how that goes.
Yeah. Well, look, it's more like, in the 60s and 70s, everything was about radiation. Like all the superheroes got their powers through some kind of radiation or something.
Yeah.
And now in the 90s and 2000s, everything was about genetics. So it really depends on the time,
Right.
That's why.
Well, see, with my guy, with
Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, and the movie Spider-Man both got their powers from a genetically modified spider instead of a radioactive spider.
Of course. Yeah. Well, they have to mess with stuff. So
right. Also, see, like my guy that I'm, the one I'm working on, I'm going. I think I'm going the mystical route. So
Okay.
So basically, like magic, for lack of a better term.
Also, can I say something real quick? Thank you for not judging me for having this picture just on file, just ready to go at any moment's notice.
Which one?
I literally have this on my desktop.
Oh, I don't blame you. I love it. Oh, I love that, man. Good God, that's cool.
I have 7 of them, different versions and such. I love how no one's mentioned how did you get that image so quickly? Because I have 7 of them on my desktop, and then I have 8 different versions, and I have the classic versions by Ditko and Ramita.
Oh, that's fantastic, dude! I love it.
What was the story where he went to Brighton in the 80s? I think it was 84, maybe. Yeah, it was 84.
Well,
no, 85. He went to London as a photographer for JJ new magazine. I don't remember the specifics of the story, but I just remember it was really good. He was in the black at the time, so that should help.
So this photo, right? This image, I have to say, I like the image because they managed to put the words steel and nipple together. So.
Well, hey, if you think that's good, hold on a sec.
Where'd you get that?
What, the image?
Yeah.
I told you, I have it on my computer. I have all sorts of
stuff. No, I mean, was it from anything any kind of publication or no?
I scanned it from a comic book.
Okay.
Cool. And again, good job of wrenching
this one I'm getting
for Wes,
which is why it's taking a longer time. Except right, my space bar doesn't work anymore. So hold on. No, I'm not kidding. The space bar doesn't work.
I hear you, man.
Honestly, in my opinion, like I probably say this a lot everywhere, but Spider-Man 2 is in my opinion, the best superhero movie ever.
Tough to argue with, man. It's really good, Doug, thank you for being here, man. Thanks for sending those covers, buddy. We'll show them when I get them all loaded and stuff.
I hope this doesn't get you.
Thank you, bro. What?
Well, it's Cyberpunk. Well, you were talking about steel nipples, and now I have a thing of taser nipples from Cyberpunk 2077. You know what? I'll put a link to the image in the private.
No, that's cool. Don't worry about it, man. I was just curious. It's very cool. I have a question.
Yourself.
That you mean? Yeah, I guess it doesn't. I don't know. There's like 10 of us.
I would let her get close enough to tase me. Sure.
I have a question for you, Shellback.
Surprise them with taser.
Who wins this
advertisement? By the way,
Shellback. Who wins this fight?
Oh wow. Well, I would hope my boy the Hulk, but yeah. Because like I said, as much as I liked Spider-Man because he was a little guy like myself, I also liked the Hulk because he.
I love Hulk.
He would change from a little guy into that. So.
This is my favorite of all the Marvel DC crossovers. My absolute favorite. It's when I first saw it coming out, I guess it was, I don't know, 88, 79, 90, somewhere up in there. I was like, why are you doing this? What a mismatch. What the hell? Lin Wein, one of my favorite artists, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. And yet it is a bizarre concept. It's a great story, a fun story. And yes, they do have a conflict in it. And Batman, he's Batman. So Batman finds a way to survive it and even cause Hulk a little trouble. But no, he can't slug it out with the Hulk like Superman can.
Well, all I can say is, super props to Batman for having the cojones to even think about facing off against the Hulk.
Yeah, only Batman would be. Actually, Daredevil did it one time, and others, but he couldn't have a chance either. Got the crap beat out of him. But to go against somebody that powerful, you got to be Batman.
Yeah,
or Daredevil.
So brave. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Oh, hang on a second. Let me get rid of this.
Okay, I have no idea what that is. I thought without.
Well, that's one of my more favorite styles of animation for those guys.
Okay, good. I'm glad you like them because
is that a new one or
comics?
Yeah, how come there's 5 of them?
Yeah, I don't know.
My.
I found this is a really good quality image, and then I saw. Wait a minute, why is there?
Why are there 5?
Yeah, I don't know. So I just.
Is there a girl turtle?
Fan, so I cropped it out.
They're gonna be all girls probably soon anyway.
Well, the extra one is the one in light blue off to the right.
Yeah,
okay, that's a girl. Looks like.
Nope.
No.
It does look like a girl, and I think there was supposed to have been a girl.
Oh,
wasn't there?
Yeah, not a girl in the series. I'm gonna say that.
Somebody told me that there was a girl turtle that got introduced somewhere.
Oh my god!
Comics.
I wouldn't doubt it.
They did it. They did it in the comics recently.
I like the Amalgam Universe too. Marcy, they had some really good ones. Those were a lot of fun.
Fan of the Amalgam Universe, but
there were some. I thought there were some pretty good ones. Yeah, but they were one shot.
So I don't know.
It wasn't that I hated it or anything. It just I wasn't. It just didn't be that much.
At least by name, I don't know what the Amalgam Universe is.
Okay. Back in the 90s, Marvel and DC got together and they did some like combos, like a universe where you cross Batman with Wolverine, for example. You have Superman and Captain America crossed, and so forth and so on. And they were just like a made like a little Amalgam Universe. Wolverine was and Batman was Dark Claw, right?
Yes, Dark Claw was one of them.
And it was Super Patriot. Iron Lantern was a really good one by Busiek, I thought. And yeah, it was like one shots though. I mean,
Now,
for the most part,
so you Lantern, okay? That he was another one of my favorites.
I love Green Lantern, dude. I'm a big Hal Jordan fan.
Yeah.
Which
fact,
one did you like?
I would love for them to bring Ryan Reynolds back if they decide to reintroduce the Green Lantern into the DC EU or whatever the heck you call it.
As bad as that movie was, I'm not down on his casting. I thought he would have been good in a good movie.
I like that movie, actually. I don't know.
Okay.
But,
Oh, no,
Who? Ryan Reynolds?
the Green Lantern movie.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds. Hal Jordan is the greatest Green Lantern in the universe of Sector. Green Lantern of Sector 2814 is the best.
And here's the thing, because I know that they had a black dude that was the Green Lantern as well.
John Stewart.
And see, that's what I like, is because it was a different guy. They didn't just say, "Hey, let's make Hal Jordan black."
Well,
okay?
that's what I thought. What was the brilliancy of the Green Lantern concept? It's not a superhero name; it's just a title. It's like a cop. You know, you're a cop. You know, two people be a cop. It's not a name; it's a title.
Right. Yeah.
I love Alan Scott, Smart Steve. I love him. He's the Golden Age Green Lantern. He's the first, but he's not in the Green Lantern Corps. So I'm talking about in Green Lantern's in Hal's universe. How about that?
And that's why I liked the Into the Spider-Verse with Miles Morales. You know, because he was he ended up becoming Spider-Man, but he wasn't a brown version of Peter Parker. He was Miles Morales. So
you don't know the original story, though.
Yeah, he is kind of as young Ripper would say, tokenized character, kind of as he calls him.
Yeah, pretty much they killed off in the. So he originates from the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, and what they did is they killed off Peter Parker to replace him with Miles Morales.
Yeah, well, which was what they did in the movie. Peter Parker dies, and Miles Morales. Miles Morales gets bit by Spider himself, and so he gets the powers and yada yada yada.
Yeah, but that's still not like people enjoyed that comic run, and then they just killed the character.
Yeah, but I mean, if you didn't, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you, but I understand. You know, if you didn't know all that and you like them, that's fine. I didn't like that movie. I'm the only person on the planet that didn't like that movie, but a lot of people did. It was beautifully animated.
I thought it was. I didn't hate it, but
Guy Gardner Warrior. Well, I liked him when he was. I didn't like him that much, but a buddy of mine drew that comic for years. The Guy Gardner Warrior comic there.
And that's the one where he had
right. Well, I mean, like Spider-Ham was kind of cheesy, but
Yeah,
okay,
I thought that was funny though that he put Peter Porker in there.
Yeah, that was funny. I enjoyed that. And
it was a funny movie. Yeah.
As a fan of Spider-Man Noir, I enjoyed the kind of comedic take on Spider-Man Noir.
That was kind of funny.
Because like Spider-Man Noir is like really serious and like you know what?
Like the 1930s black and white
one. Yeah, Nicolas Cage did his voice in the movie.
Yeah. So here's the thing: in the actual comic book that he's based off of is really dark and gritty and he has organic web shooters in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like I'd recommend only reading Volume 1.
We have a Green Lantern war going on in here.
And for the record, since you still have the image up, okay, Leo and Donnie were like my top two, and then Mikey and Raph were my bottom two. And it's Leo because of the twin katanas. I love that. And Donnie was my dude because I grew up around mechanic people, and so I've always been a gearhead, and I love to tinker and all that stuff. So that's why I liked him. But
I've always been that way too. But I still love Raph just because I have that kind of anger issue.
Yeah. There's something about each and every turtle that I can you know, I can find that trait within myself. So, you know, it's
Sure.
like,
No, I got you.
but yeah, I love that animation style right there. I mean, it's kind of weird with the eyeballs, you know, just being all white. But you know,
I hate it when they don't like. This is the thing, especially because the original comics did it, and this is also a Batman thing and everything. Look, just give them when you're doing either live action or especially when you're doing animation, just give them the white comic slit eyes. Don't give them like pupils and all that. No,
really, no. See, that's what I don't.
Just
I need them to have a complete eyeball.
Slits. Just give them the white slits here. That's all they need.
Yeah.
Like a lot of all the Batman movies, they have him like, and I get it, you know, it's hard to do that, but nowadays they can easily do it. Look at Deadpool.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but they have you know, hoods, masks, whatever. You know, a bandana isn't gonna have a white freaking cover over their eyes. I don't know, but I mean, I still really like that particular style of drawing. In fact, I have a screensaver that's pretty much them like that right there in the sewer. So, but yeah.
Also, yeah, smart Steve. Yeah, no, they don't even give pupils to the humans. It's kind of true. Shredder has no pupils.
Yeah, a lot of artists leave those out.
Eastman and Laird comics.
But that right there is the what, like early 2000s TMNT version.
This was 2003. What I
have. Yeah.
I think this is actually the best, in my opinion, the best series.
Yeah.
Only the first four seasons though. Anything past that, garbage. But yeah. Especially
I don't know. And that's the thing. Like some people are like say with the new movies where with freaking super sexy chick being April.
Jennifer.
No. Wait, anyway, the new movies,
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. Yes, okay, thank you.
Right. That's right.
So you know, there's people, you know, TMNT people that do not like the new movies, and maybe I don't know, maybe I'm too easy to please. I don't know, but I still like them. But you know, I also, you know, love the originals, you know, from the 90s because, you know, that's, you know, and, you know, also, you know, growing up or whatever with the, you know, that original cartoon and stuff. But it's like, I can still appreciate, you know, the new stuff. And I didn't really have any issues with the way they did them, but you know, I mean, somebody else who may be like, you know, knee deep in the comics, you know, and be like, oh no, you know, this, that, you know, the other thing. But yeah,
as April, she was okay. That wasn't the part of the movie I didn't like. I didn't like everything else.
Well, we were having a bit of a Green Lantern dust up in the chat.
I saw that.
What was Hal Jordan is the greatest Green Lantern in the Earth One universe, and all the other Green Lanterns say so. So there. Oh, not just me. But no, I like John Stewart. Guy Gardner. The only one I hate is Kyle Rayner.
And used him to kill everyone.
Yeah, that's what. Well, look, the only one I hate is Kyle Rayner. And my biggest reason why he's annoying, but forget about that for a second. Just so these jackasses could only have, they wanted to narrow it down. They didn't like there being a universe full of Green Lanterns, so they had the greatest one turn into a villain, kill them all, and leave this idiot little punk jerk off Kyle Rayner as the one Green Lantern throughout the 90s, which is why I left DC. That was my biggest reason I quit reading them. What they did to Hal Jordan was disgraceful. So he could have retired and done some other kind of stuff, but they had to make him an evil villain and slaughter and destroy a whole city and destroy all of his fellow Green Lanterns. Fuck that shit. Fuck DC for that.
And then he
Never
became
forget
the Spectre, and then
he became the Spectre. Yeah, it was fucking terrible.
Why would they do that?
cute.
Because they wanted to, again, they thought it would be cute to make one guy Green Lantern and kill them all for stupid drama, because killing characters and all that kind of crap.
But isn't that part of the like, like one of the core parts or whatever is that, the Green Lantern is a core of people, it's a group of people.
Right. See, originally it wasn't. The Golden Age Green Lantern, he found a sort of an enchanted lantern type thing, Alan Scott. But in the 50s, there was a Flash before all these things, but Julius Schwartz took over DC Comics. He was a former science fiction editor. And, he thought all those characters with silly origins, he wanted to give them science origins. And so he came up with his writers, with John Broome and Gil Kane. He came up with the idea for the Green Lantern Corps. They changed Flash. They got a new Flash, and it was the first big revamp of comics history in the 50s. And it's so, they gave more of a science fiction element to this Green Lantern, to the Green Lantern Corps, and it's a wonderful concept. It's a brilliant concept.
Yeah.
And there's, of course,
it was essentially he was.
I love it.
Alan Scott's time on the right, and on
right,
the, the Barry Allen Flash that.
Yeah.
Popular.
Hey,
yes.
Mando. Hey.
Hi.
And then my boy. My boy.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yes, RR. It was a dark time at DC. However, not anywhere near as dark as it was for Marvel.
I'm one of the few that didn't mind all the Jeff Johns Sinestro Corps War multicolor lantern stuff, because at least Johns brought Hal Jordan back, and they brought the whole Green Lantern Corps back, and it was good for a while back in the early. But yeah, I love this. This, of course, is a classic.
This was a fun issue.
Oh God, yeah, Flash of Two Worlds, and what I love about Barry Allen was he was the first superhero who was a comic book collector. I love that about him.
Yeah, that's the whole reason he calls himself the Flash, because in Earth
because
all the adventures
it was a comic book.
Were written comic books.
When comics had to be fun.
Were written as comic books. So yeah.
So
figured out that it was actually another Earth, and he went over to visit. And
yeah.
So I've not seen the TV show at all. Okay.
Flash,
but from what I know. They, what people have told me is they need to freaking get rid of freaking stupid ass and bring in Grant Gustin to play the Flash on the big screen as well.
Well, yeah, I can't stand Ezra Miller. Gustin. Look, I watched the first
Ezra Miller. Yeah, I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah, lucky you. I watched the first 2 seasons of the CW.
You want to fight?
And
I've only watched the first 2 seasons as well.
Yeah, it was. I didn't mind. I kind of kept wondering why I was watching it. There were some okay things in it, and then I watched the first couple of the 3rd season, and I'm one who really hates Flashpoint Parallax. I don't like Paradox. I mean, all that crap. And so as soon as I started, we were going to do Flashpoint, and they were doing all the same old shit. I dumped it just dropped it like a hot potato and never went back.
I have to ask you something, just because I need to know. What are your thoughts on them killing Flash in Infinite Crisis and
the original Crisis on Infinite Earths? You mean?
Yeah.
I was pretty angry about it at the time, but at the time in the Flash regular series, for about 2 years straight, they were torturing that character. Poor old Barry Allen. They sent him into the future, accused him of murdering Iris, but it was really Reverse Flash who did it. And he went on trial. He had really crappy art too, by the way, in this comic. And they were torturing my beloved Barry Allen because they knew they were going to kill him. I hated it. I like Wally as Kid Flash. I was upset that they did that just so they could make Wally the Flash, because I was an old-time comic fan at the time. So me, down vote. I hated it, but they don't listen to me. So
all right.
Hated it, as they say.
Yeah. No, I
Hated
only saw the first 2 seasons of the CW Flash as well, and after the second season, I just kind of tuned off. I haven't watched the third or whatever season they're up to now.
I will say that Shellback, if Gustin would be way better than Ezra Miller. He's not who I think of when I think of Barry Allen. Even like John Wesley Shipp on that old show was Barry Allen. He was kind of buff for Barry Allen, but he was kind of good. But when I think of the character, I don't really think of those two guys that much. Right. That was a fun show. So, but Gustin's a good actor. Yeah. So better than Ezra, as they say.
So like I was actually privileged to receive a panel invite from Stone Loki to watch DC Fandom with them. And
it was a lot of fun.
And comment. And oh yeah, that's right. You were there.
Yeah, lots of fun, man.
And so, they did that panel, right? And the chick that's playing freaking Barry Allen's woman.
Yeah, Iris.
It's like, I don't know. I'm just sitting there watching her the whole time going, cheer up, bitch. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, she's kind of one of those. She's a lovely woman, but she does. She's terrible on the show. She really was annoying on the. I hear she's even more annoying now, and I've stopped watching it.
The other two ladies, especially the one white girl, she just seems like she was just like elated to be there, but I don't know. I just.
Yeah, agree. They, man. She was kind of a stick in the mud type, seemed to me. But they say, again, I don't watch it now. The people who do still watch it say that she's really intolerable now.
Mm.
You know what's not intolerable?
Linda
Carter. This is for you, Paul. I know you're not here, but he likes to do this all the time.
I was going to say, yes. Linda Carter is is proudly endorsed by the Latino slant because even though her last name is Carter, her mother was a lovely Latina, so she is half Latina. And the beauty of the two, you see in front of you.
She's all woman, partner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of impressed that no one brought up the whole race change for the Flash show.
You talking about with Iris
and Wally?
Oh, and Wally. It's there. Yeah. It's so cliche that it's become second nature to them now. There's going to be nothing. There's going to be nothing without a race change now. They're about to do it. Look, that horrible MCU is about to do it to Reed Richards. So,
are you serious?
Well, they cast Kang the Conqueror in Ant-Man 3. They cast Kang the Conqueror, and they cast a black gentleman. Well, Kang the Conqueror is a descendant of Reed Richards. 2 + 2 is, I know math is racist, but
a descendant of Reed Richards. Like he's like from 300 years in the future, so it could, Reed Richards.
Yeah,
white, but
but let's face it. Look, it'll be a miracle if Reed Richards is a dude at this point. It probably might be a guy.
And that's some of the
Ranita or whatever Richards.
What's that?
I said, and not like Ranita Richards or some bullcrap.
I don't know, but Kang is Nathaniel Richards, and he was, of course, a white dude in the future.
Look, I have no problem if they cast a black guy as Kang, because honestly, because for me, Kang has to be in the full like blue face mask helmet thing for the entire time.
I don't either, but they're doing it so that they could have more excuse to do that with Reed. They're doing that with Reed, but you know how much I love the Fantastic Four. So this movie's DOA. The MCU is DOA to me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look,
You know,
I tuned out of the MCU in 2017, so I'm just complaining about the whole like stop race changing some of my favorite characters.
Right.
yeah, no, I'm with you, dude. It sucks, but you know,
My deal is, it's like, and they've made it work, okay, at least a couple times. Case in point, Nick Fury, okay. I know that in the comics and stuff, Nick Fury was like a blonde-headed white guy or something. I mean, he was at least white. I don't know about the blonde.
no, he was this,
Brownhead.
and he was this, and always will be this to me.
Yeah,
I
but
like Samuel. I love Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah,
but
I
and I'm
mean-
fine with their Nick Fury, but this
Yeah.
is Nick Fury.
and there are instances where it doesn't really matter, and and freaking Sam Jackson is awesome. So I don't
Yeah, he's
mind
great.
it, but at the same time, it's like my gripe with the whole race changing and stuff is like if you want more non white people or whatever you want to say, whatever terminology you wish to use, make a new character. Quit giving them to
We've
me
all
it's
been saying that
it's
for
a hand me
years, and
down.
we've all been saying that for years,
Yeah.
and we're all racist for saying it.
Right, but I mean, to me, it's a hand me down. It's like
Yes.
like I wouldn't want them to give me a traditionally black character. They're like, oh, here's this character right here. They've always been black, but we want you to play it as a white guy, and I'd be like, no, like, but and like I was saying earlier, like, with the Green Lantern thing, they had the black guy, Green Lantern, but it wasn't Hal Jordan. It was a guy, it was a different guy. So
Sure.
it's like, so yeah, I mean, if you want more representation or whatever words you want to use, make some new freaking characters. I mean, just Jesus.
That would be my
Right.
my ideal, but they don't listen to us. And
Also-
again, if you complain about it, you're just a racist pig. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look, I'm just gonna say this about Nick Fury. Well, I get it. They wanted to do in Ultimate Spider-Man. They based Nick Fury in the comics off of Samuel in Shaft from 2000.
That's
I
right.
get it. It came out that year and it was popular. I get that. Fine.
Right.
And I got it. It was only natural for him to do it in the movies. But now they've replaced classic Nick Fury in everything. Video games, comics, TV, everything. with-
Even
Well-
Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which
in everything.
yeah.
Anything. Ever since the movies. And
yeah,
like, this is Nick Fury. He was in World War II. He was the leader of Howling Commandos. Well, technically Captain Smiling Jack was, but Smiling Sam, sorry. But yeah, no, he was like the field leader of the Howling Commandos.
Mm.
And he fought alongside Cap
Right.
in World War II.
But I mean,
Yep.
like I was saying, it's like, because you mentioned, thankfully you just mentioned Shaft, right? It's like, what if the shoe was on the other foot and somebody's like, hey, we're gonna make a Shaft movie, but it's gonna be a white guy. I mean, talk about the proverbial needle across the record, sound.
Well, gents, this thing's about to run out on me. This stream's gonna run out because I think StreamYard only lets you go 4. So
Really? I thought it was 8.
All right, hold on. I have
premium, yes.
Oh,
I ain't no premium. I've been putting that pick up a lot. That's the guy playing Kang.
I got you. So,
So,
but he's blue. Is that a mask?
well, it's sort of a
it's a mask, but
yeah, it's a
essentially
mask.
it's like a face type mask
Yeah,
kind of thing.
but he's always been blue. Yeah, but
You never see you only see his face once, and you never actually get a clear shot of his face.
until they retconned and made his origin later, and he's been Immortus. He's been
He's been
Scarlet, whatever his face was. He's been Iron Lad. He's been Ramatut. He's been all
Right,
over.
yeah, he's been rulers throughout time.
Yeah,
He's King the Conqueror. He doesn't conquer like nations or whatever. He conquers eras in time.
Before this runs out, I want to thank it because I only get 4, but because I'm a poor old non-premium. Scarlet Centurion, thank you. I knew that was what it was.
Yes.
There you go. Thanks, man.
And then
I knew I could count on you guys in the chat. All the great people who joined us tonight. The great Mark C. who's here. R. Smart Steve, it's great to meet you, sir. I hope you will come back. Doug O had to run.
I hope my stuff too.
Everyone else who was here, fantastic. And I want to say a big thank you to the great Mando Mark, buddy. I appreciate it. I hope we do it again sometime. Shellback, I hope you will come back and hang out with us again too, buddy, because I really enjoyed it, man.
Yeah.
And I would go 8, man. I'd go 8 with you guys, but I don't have I just got the normal package thing, and it says 4. So
well, apparently we're on borrowed time now because
with the 4.
We're 10 seconds past.
Oh, no. Shows what I know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's late it's 2:00 in the morning here, man.
Well, in that case, 4 more hours. No, kidding.
Let's go. I'm telling you, I signed up for the non-premium thingy, so
yeah.
I don't know what the deal is, but I don't know. Thank you, StreamYards. But you guys are fantastic. Great Eric K was here earlier. Everyone who was here earlier. If I forgot about anybody, I'm sorry. But again, I cannot thank you all enough. Mando, it's been a pleasure, sir.
Sorry, the train behind me just decided.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with trains. I've worked near them often. Shellback, you're the man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. And I guess since it's let me do it, I'll play my great intro by the fantastic Stone Loki. He made this intro for me. He's the man. Thank you all. Yeah.